starting at the first tee, where the 110 starting time includes the #1 player in the world, Scottie Scheffler, the winner last week, the winner here last year. Can he have a magical Sunday? He's with Nate Lashley, and they are ready to go at #1.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 110 starting time. First on the tee from Dallas, Texas, 7-time PGA Tour winner, including the 2023 Players Championship, Scottie Scheffler.
You can see a little bit of that kinesio tape, that tape in black, just on the left side of his neck. It was the 3rd hole that he played in the 2nd round when he just started to feel that discomfort and has been fidgety and trying to fighting through it the last 2 days. Has done so well with rounds of 69 and 68. And Smiley Kaufman's with this group.
And Mike, this is heading right, just like yesterday.
And just like yesterday in the rough.
Next on the tee from Scottsdale, Arizona, PGA Tour winner Nate Lashley.
41 years old, Nate Lashley, Nebraska native, calls Scottsdale home. Won in Detroit the 2019 Rocket Mortgage Classic and has not had a very good season. Has missed the cut in all but one of his 7 starts. But in that one that he did make, he finished tied for 3rd at the Farmers Insurance. A chance for a big week here if he can close on Sunday.
This on the same line as Scottie. He's going to miss the fairway right.
So work to do for both. Smiley will be with this group and keeping an eye on Scheffler as he did throughout the day yesterday to see how he battles through that pain that he's feeling in the neck. As we go over to the 4th, Dan Hicks and Kevin Kisner.
All right, thank you very much, Mike. Stage is set for a memorable championship Sunday. Rory McIlroy at 10 under here, dealing from the rough. Not a good spot here at the short par 4 4th.
Coming from this rough, he's going to have to go over towards that camera tower you see in the background and use the slope to help slow the ball down, just not being able to get any spin on it. Yeah. Sounded tough.
Just went straight left, almost, and short. Back to 13.
We saw Dan Chris Kirk's shot came up short in the rough, chipped to here. This for par to keep his good round going.
A little bit of a right to lefter there for Kirk, and one of the best putters. Gets streaky good too. And that's a bad feeling to make a 4 here, Mike. Pretty easy hole today.
And the first bogey of the round. So we'll go back to the 17th, where the decision is re-tee or to the drop zone. Laird drops.
Well, that's a terrible shot. You have to fly it 20 yards farther than that one there. And I don't know that the drop zone is any easier than it is from re-teeing. You can practice that shot all day long, but you got to clip it nice. You got to fly it up on that top shelf to get it down there.
So it's a full sleeve. It's his 5th now.
You have to feel this shot. You have to hit it low with some, enough power to get it over there. And again, see, that's the difficulty of that shot. There's a ridge right there from that angle.
It's been a brutal week for Laird at 17. To the 3rd, Ludwig Åberg, guy who can get on a big run from 20 feet. Had a good start.
That was the toughest par 3 yesterday, but this whole location much simpler for these players.
All right, Xander Schauffele, who's had just so many top 10s around the world the last couple of years. Only guy with more top 10s in that department, Scottie Scheffler, and he is looking to finally close the deal in what would be the biggest victory of his career. He's been close in majors, had a lot of close calls. What kind of feeling, Kiz, do you have from Schauffele today?
Well, he's been one of the most consistent players we have on the PGA Tour with 40. This is 41st straight cut made. So he's right there with 2 current major winners in Brian Harman and Wyndham Clark. I think we're set up for an excellent Sunday here at the Players Championship, the 5th major, as we like to call it.
As we wish you all a happy St. Patrick's Day. You got Mike and Fax over there with their green ties on. Somehow we missed the memo, but kids, you got no excuse. This is your 12th wedding anniversary today, you and Brittany, and you guys got married on St. Patrick's Day. So
and I didn't rock any green. Can't believe she's still putting up with me.
this is one of the toughest championships to close. Not many guys, and Xander Schauffele's in that 54-hole pole position, have been able to close the deal. Why has it been so tough through the years?
Well, only 5 out of the last 16 have 54 leaders have won. I think it's just an incredible setting there on the last 3 holes. There's so much pressure on the last 3, and you're thinking about it all night going into that final round. If you got the lead, I think with what we have, a great leaderboard here, it's anyone's game coming down. I think anybody wants to be within 1 or 2 on 17T to have a chance, and we're going to be here to see it all unfold.
Can't wait to do that. Dive into the guys in the last group. In Xander Schauffele leading Wyndham Clark by 1. What are you looking at as you've watched them the first couple of days?
Well, Xander played superbly yesterday. Bogeyless 65, 23 putts, but he missed 2 fairways, only hit 2 fairways in the last 9 holes yesterday. I think there's a lot of pressure on Xander today to win, to move up further in the world rankings, to prove that he belongs there. He's playing with Wyndham Clark, who made that superb up and down for bogey on 17. A lot of gumption there, a lot of confidence in Wyndham Clark. I think he's the most confident player on this leaderboard.
Curious to see if somebody can make a run and make a charge here and challenge the guys in the last group. And Harman in that second to last, worth watching as well. Scheffler here at 1. Lashley's already played. He's short of the green.
Well, from that lie, Mike, that's pretty good. It was sitting down in that rough.
You could see a little bit of the back of the ball and the grain of that grass going towards the hole, which helps the player a lot.
Let's move ahead to the 4th.
And the 4th for Rory after he found the water.
With a different hole location in the back, these guys are going to go all the way up close to the water because they don't need so much spin, can skip it back there from this position.
He's been in that water so many times. 4 balls in the water this week for McIlroy. What could have been, he's hit some brilliant shots, but hasn't stayed away from the danger. Speaking of danger, Laird at 17.
Yeah, in the water multiple days here at 17. One of 3 players to put 2 in the water in the same day. And that's going to be the 4th 7 on 17 this week.
What a terrible feeling. You're closing out your championship.
And then you walk to the hardest hole on the golf course.
One of the easiest here at the par 5 second, Mike. Doug Gim, who put on a show yesterday on the island green.
Giving it too much bargain there. I wanted to see another fist pump.
Back to the 1st.
Well, Scottie Scheffler's ball was tumbling forward, hit the green, but then watch this. As he started walking up, that ball kept moving back, and rolled off to the front of the green.
Like, this green is a really cool design. High on the left side, it's lower on the right, and if you get it in this fairway, it's a huge opportunity to start your round with a birdie. And when you hit it in the rough like Scheffler did, you're lucky to get it on the green. And that was a little bit unlucky that it rolled all the way back off, but you still see putter in hand.
And we still see him gesturing back to that tape that's on his neck. Sometimes that's just getting used to the tape being on there, and it's not an indication of pain. Smiley Kaufman, I'll ask you what you've seen with Scottie here early on in the day compared to yesterday.
I think just a little bit less pain-free, not grabbing his neck quite nearly as much. He was very ginger yesterday in how he was walking around. One more night's rest. Looks a little bit better today. And Mike, I told Scottie, was like, hey, nice green pants on St. Paddy's Day. And he showed up out here. He had no idea it was St. Paddy's Day. So maybe the luck will be on his side today.
Just from the front there, but no problem. So many of these positions putting from that area.
No, it's not a bad spot to putt from, you know. And he said yesterday after the round, he's 5 shots back. What do you have to do to win? I have to shoot really low. I don't see the players out in the last couple groups shooting over par today. The conditions aren't that difficult. Greens are receptive.
Up and out of that right away, so he'll have that for par. We go to the 4th again.
And Rory for his bogey. '19 champion able to get out of there with a 5, but there's too many mistakes to contend this year. over at the 17th.
And in that group ahead, Zach Blair made par, so the green is clear. Cameron Young's tee shot.
Firing it right out of here, Mike. That's a beautiful line. That's not a beautiful distance. That's in the bunker, and that's plugged. Now we'll have a choice to be made.
Young has made 2 birdies thus far this week at 17 with work to do. Third to last starting time features a man who won the U.S. Open a couple of years ago and a guy whose name continues to pop up on leaderboards in these big events.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 120 starting time. First on the tee from England, 2-time PGA Tour winner, Matt Fitzpatrick.
Matthew Fitzpatrick had a 4-gram weight in his driver that he didn't realize was in there for a while.
Yeah, it was on the grip end. It's called counterbalancing. It makes the club head feel lighter, so you're supposed to swing it faster. He's worked hard with Sasha McKenzie, a biomechanist, to hit it faster. And he took that out, and he's been driving it the best since last time he won the U.S. Open at the Country Club.
And hitting that draw down the left side. When that weight was in there, he was missing too many fairways left. This just runs out.
From Chino Hills, California, PGA Tour winner, Sahith Theegala.
It's really cool how in year 3 you can hear the 26-year-old has become one of the popular players on tour. His style of play, really good set of hands around the greens as well, and a guy who can go low and is not afraid to go after flag sticks if needed.
Well, he's got a homemade golf swing. He reminds me of a modern Jim Furyk. He can hit all kinds of different shots. He's got great touch around the greens, and he putts beautifully, and he thrives in this situation. He's not backing down.
He's headed right here at this 418-yard par 4, and he too finds the rough. Seen a lot of that.
Those are those grass moguls, Mike. You can get some incredibly difficult shots from there. We saw what happened to Corey Connors yesterday.
Fitzpatrick 4 back, Theegala 5 back. So while they were teeing off, Lashley up on 1 green trying to save his par. From the right rough, he's able to do it.
What a good feeling to have a putt like that. Difficult, but downhill with some break.
And then Scheffler.
He sure looks more comfortable walking around. You don't see the noticeable turn with his neck and his body.
Come back to the 17th, and Cameron Young in that bunker.
Well, there's a lot of fried in that egg right there. He's going to have to hit this well behind the ball and just try and pop it up, not even maybe fly it to the green. Cool with the bunker cam. That's excellent. Yeah, nice shot with the water behind you there. Anything could happen.
Trying to get that first sand save on the second to last hole of the week. We've seen some good shots already at 17. Will we see an ace? 14 men have made an ace at the Players at 17, including Shane Lowry on this St. Patrick's Day. This is what he did earlier. Scared it for a second. That would have been the most appropriate St. Patrick's Day ace you could see. It was part of a good day. Lowry made that, and he shot 6 under par, 66 on this St. Patrick's Day. Of course, even if Scottie Scheffler is accidentally wearing green, some people doing it with full intention, in full costume. Only the second time that the final round of the Players falls on March 17th. And the last time, of course, it was Rory who won.
To the practice area, Xander Schauffele with a pair of 65 so far this week. He was matching Wyndham Clark with 2 of 3 rounds with those 7 under scores, but then also beating Clark in total as he has 3 rounds in the 60s, and it was thanks to that 65 yesterday that moved Schauffele past Clark to the top of the leaderboard. Second career score of 65 or lower, and a bogey-free round here at the Players. He had not done that but once before. And so Clark, starting with that impressive 14 under number at the halfway point, added 2, but trailing by 1 now.
Easiest hole today. Hideki Matsuyama parked right in front of the green in 2 with his 3rd to this par 5.
Great picture of the golf ball. Would have a chance here, I would imagine.
Going to be a birdie for Hideki. Hole is playing more than a half shot under par today. So that should move Matsuyama to 11 under. And back on the tee is Scheffler. Tricky driving hole, Kiz.
Yeah, he told me in the locker room with his neck he's having a hard time hitting a draw. And you see right there, he almost played a fade off the tree line trying to hit the fairway there.
He said he didn't make it. His backswing is long, and that's what he needs to get that club to swing out so he can hit that draw.
17.
Cameron Young for par.
Well, this will be a world-class Sandy. You heard him say, oh my God, it's stopped breaking. That putt's going to be interesting to watch later on the day because it looks like it should continue to break left there.
Yeah, Brian Harman and Maverick McNeely teeing up at number 1, then Schauffele and Wyndham Clark to follow. So the last few groups ahead. Meantime, the 3rd to last group, Thigala missing the fairway to the right. Kurt Byram is going to be with this group here this afternoon.
Zayeth caught a pretty good lie actually over here, and it's not really on a mound or anything, so it's fairly level considering what it could be. He wants to get it close, so he's going to have to land at about 110 into that slope, maybe a little less than that, into that false front, and then hope it just tumbles out, which it should out of this lie. Total to the hole, 115. Right into the slope. Well done.
And getting even better, so Thigala will give himself a look for birdie. Most players have missed this fairway to the right. Few have missed over to the left where Fitzpatrick is.
Just a couple yards closer to the hole. Good lie in the pine straw. No trees, no problems.
Yeah, McIlroy hit it over there and hit it to about 8 feet, so you can get some good breaks from the pine straw, hit the back of the ball and get some spin.
Yeah, this is going to work out pretty well. I don't think that's what he had in mind, though.
That's a good break. You saw one hand come off the club there, pulled it. Nice reaction.
Satisfied, bit impressed. He'll have a chance to get to 14 under. Wyndham Clark at 16. Kiz just about his day yesterday, and the way it ended at 17. How important was it making 4 after putting that, really chunking that tee shot in the water?
Well, I think it's a huge mindset change. You walk away, it almost feels like a birdie with your second ball, and you go back in and you make a bogey, and you feel like you're still right there in the golf tournament. I think he's mentally ready for the day, and now he's not the one that everyone's chasing. He can start being the chaser.
And that last group coming up, a couple of groups before that. Let's move up to the 3rd a moment ago.
JT Poston, Kevin Kistner's favorite putter on tour. Just has a unique style, but always has a beautiful touch.
Looks like there's zero stress from the time he stands over it till it starts rolling.
It is effective. Back-to-back birdies now for Poston after the bogey at 1, and he's in a group with Doug Gim. And Doug Gim rolls in the birdie. He's off to a nice start here today. So as Gim rolls in the birdie at the 2nd hole, he had the moment to light everyone up yesterday. We'll take a look in our possible shot powered by Comcast Business. It was yesterday at 17, the whole location where Tiger Woods made the better, the most long putt. This the rare chip in at 17.
There was so much drama yesterday afternoon, but this is the most dramatic of all the shots we saw hold out. And the best reaction by a mile.
63 feet. It's the longest hole out for birdie on 17 since the ShotLink era, keeping specific track of this stuff. That's now 21 years. So Doug Gim gave him a moment, and he's off to a good start in his round today. Speaking of good starts, how about Sam Ryder? Birdied 5 of his first 6. Oh, and missed that short one at the 9th.
Well, he got off to a fantastic start. He's been grinding on his swing all week long with his coach Adam Schreiber and playing nicely.
Again, a look at the whole location at the 4th. Oberg for birdie. All the way back there.
I have to go really high with this one. When it gets right there, it's going to pick up a tremendous amount of speed and break back towards the front of the green.
Oberg was looking for 3 in a row, and there's that break back toward the water. And so Oberg with a lengthy one there to stay at 11 under as we await the next tee time.
And look at that beautiful clubhouse back there and the short walk down to the first tee in the penultimate group.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 1:30 starting time. First on the tee from Sea Island, Georgia, 3-time PGA Tour winner and current Open champion Brian Harman.
Got his name on the claret jug with the big victory, the 6-shot victory in the last major played. Up at number 9 in the world rankings at age 37, a little bit older, a little bit smaller than some of the other guys you find in the top 10 in the world, but do not doubt this guy's game and his guts. If it's a tough day, this guy is right in the middle of it. Notable game with this group.
A little tiny draw right down the center, working its way down the right edge. Beautiful start.
Next on the
draw
tee
there.
from Las Vegas, Nevada, Maverick McNeely.
Age 28, Stanford alum, good college career, good amateur career, a lot of promise as he came out on tour, and last year missed a significant chunk of the season with a left shoulder injury. Able to work his way back. And 4 off the lead as he starts this final round.
Oh, this was a nervy swing. This is way out to the right, headed just at the edge of the trees.
By far the farthest shot we've seen to the right this week. Noted, nailed it. That was a nervy swing. Didn't release that club fully.
Big spot for a guy 129th in the world rankings. He can make a big difference in his year if he can have a good day today. While they were teeing off at the green, Thigala from about 11 feet.
Yeah, it's a quick putt too, Mike. I like his chances. Look how fast he went down to pick that ball out of the cup. It was probably still moving around there.
And Fitzpatrick will try to put one birdie on top of the other. Both guys missed the fairway. Both guys walk away with 3. Well, like Kiz said, the guys at the top, you don't think both of them are going to back up. So you're going to need to go a little bit, and they're off to a good start. Back to 4.
Oberg to stay at 11 under.
Another one of those right to lefters. You got to keep your speed up and buried it right in the middle.
First Players Championship for Oberg. First, a lot of things for this guy. You're going to be seeing a lot of in the future.
This is
the third.
And a 165-yard shot for Hideki Matsuyama.
Well, the TPC at Sawgrass is offering you a chance for birdies on these first 3 holes, and let's kind of hold on. 4 through 8, very difficult. And that is just textbook there from Matsuyama.
He made a birdie at 2. We're going back to the second now.
And Lashley. And within about 6-7 feet for Lashley. Nice par save he had on the first, and trying to pick up a birdie on the easiest hole today. Field 164 under par on number 2 this week. Smiley?
Yeah, Scottie just found this little greenside bunker right of the green. There's actually quite a bit of sand in here, I'd say, Kiz. One that maybe comes out with a little less spin than you would expect, but the way this green's contoured, that's not a problem at all.
Yeah, definitely, Smiley. I don't even think you want spin on this one. Just dump it out on that down slope and let the down grain and the slope take it right to the hole that's kind of in the collection area at the bottom there anyway.
And Kiz, where he sits right now at 12 under, you got to think he's just got to take care of these par 5s today. He cannot really afford to make any pars on the ones you got to get today.
I agree with you, Smiley. I would bet he'd have to get 5 under on these par 5s a day. He's going to have to get to 20 under to be there. That's 8 more from here. So let's get it rolling right here.
64, of course, would match the round of the championship delivered by Harman yesterday. It's a tall task, but course is as gettable as we've seen it.
flew that a lot further than I was expecting, Smiley. I don't know if it came out quicker than he was expecting.
Yeah, I just think he thought he'd be able to spin it. Just too much sand in there off a downslope.
And Wyndham Clark making his way onto the first tee in the final pairing with Xander Schauffele. Can he deliver another big win on his resume to 3?
And Matsuyama for the birdie. The birdie 1, 2, and 3, as I mentioned, in round 2. The birdie 2 and 3 to get Mats going today. Back at the first, that miss to the right. And Nota Begay, Maverick McNeely second.
And guy's very fortunate. Caught a very nice lie. Ball is sitting up. Grass is growing toward the hole, so should be able to implement a little bit of control in this. Has to keep it down, and don't know if he can cut it, but if he can keep it straight, he can get it to the front edge.
Just a little chip shot swinger. Needs a kick to the right.
It's not a terrible play there. Should be give him a chance to get up and down.
Hard to tell whether that rolled back down in the sand or not, but plenty of room there. Nope, it stayed up. Yep.
It stayed up. It stayed up, Brad.
Yeah, he might even be able to get a putter on that ball if he plays a little back in his stance, but a smart play keeping it out there to the left.
Scrambling, trying to settle back in, and here is the guy they're all chasing. 65, day 1 and day 3. Xander Schauffele in the final group here today. Guy's been in final groups, no stranger to it. Didn't crack through the first 8 times, but did back-to-back starts. But then the last 5 times he's been in the final group, he did not close. So this is his 16th time in the final group. 2 wins in the first 15 tries out of that final group. And as mentioned, coming back-to-back. So we'll try to change that recent run with a victory here today. It was the Travelers and the Genesis Scottish Open when he went back-to-back for those last group victories.
Just one last quick discussion with Caddy Big Country there.
Yeah, I think I'm on a 90. 90? Okay. Yeah. It's just a narrow stance, good one. Perfect.
And the only thing that really changed here, Fax, is the wind shifted from coming a little bit out of the right to a little bit more hurt. So it's going to try and flatten this out just a touch to get it to hold into that wind.
Yep, he's standing away from it again from this wind. And like yesterday, this wind is all over the place.
Yeah, I just don't want a bunch of hurt up there. Right, you're fine. Just 92. Okay.
Anything right of that big pine tree, Nota.
Yeah, he's not going to be thrilled with that. That was a very loose effort.
Got better as it passed the hole and came back. And you can see, when you saw the numbers of the wind graph, you saw Harman looking up the different levels, and the hill blocks the wind a little bit back there at number 1. Good shot. Here's 2.
Talked about the importance of Scheffler taking care of par 5s, but a long birdie try here at the second and just ran out of gas. Up to the 4th, Gims second over the water from 115.
Like we talked about yesterday, it's a birdie hole from the fairway. Even with this hole location, you can use the slope to spin it down to the hole.
Back to the second, Nate Lashley for birdie. Mike talked about his lack of success this season so far, other than that one high finish, but you never know on a course like this. You come alive like he has.
He loved knocking in 2 significant putts like he just did on the first and second hole. Feeling confident with that putter with lots of break in those putts.
And back over to the first tee.
Number 5 and number 6 in the world golf rankings in Wyndham Clark and Xander Schauffele, as these players get set to go in this final group, trying to add this player's title. Schauffele, the 3rd player in the history of this championship to have the 54-hole score of 199 or lower. And he's right at 199. Greg Norman, Webb Simpson at 197 through 54 holes. Time Clark coming back off the adversity we talked about, not just at the end of the round two, but it was Clark who had the 4-shot lead. It was even 5 shots after he got off the first hole yesterday and then watched it all go away. He chases Schauffele. These two chase the title. And for the second straight day, they're together in the final group.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 140 starting time. First on the tee from San Diego, California, 7-time PGA Tour winner, Xander Schauffele.
And in addition to those 7 tour titles, winner of the gold medal in the Olympics in Tokyo 3 years ago. John Wood will be with this last group.
Wood for Schauffele up the left side, tried to cut it, but that wind is not letting it cut. This is going to miss left. Well, it might stop in time. I don't think he cut that very good. Probably a good thing.
Only rolled about a foot.
Next on the tee from Denver, Colorado, 3-time PGA Tour winner and current U.S. Open champion, Wyndham Clark.
10 players have won a U.S. Open and a Players Championship. Some big names, too, like Rory, and Raymond Floyd, Tiger, and Jack. And Wyndham Clark can join that group if he closes here today.
Wood for Clark as well, starting right down the center. Good looking tee shot here.
What a great swing. Full of effort and intent there. Very difficult to judge this wind. It was blowing the opposite direction when these players were on the range. Tricky. Really tricky with the trees everywhere. And I think that's a beautiful start for both these players in the final group.
And they both talked about how comfortable the pairing was, players and caddies, conversation, comfort, both yesterday and today. And meanwhile, as they were teeing off, this was McNeely's third.
Dicey little chip shot. He's got to get it up in the air and use that slope to bring it down to the hole. You see how much speed there, but that's a beautiful touch. Always hard on the first shot of the day to hit a chip shot that nice.
And Harman for birdie, he hit 16 of 18 greens in regulation yesterday, same as he did the day before, giving himself chances.
Yeah, that's a putt, a little bit of right to lefter for him, which might be a little bit more difficult for the left-handed player.
To the tee of the par 3, the third. Par is the first 2 for Scheffler, 9-iron.
Another gorgeous iron shot for Scottie Scheffler. He certainly looks a little bit stronger right now than he did the last few days.
Yeah, ball speed was a little bit of a question, battling that neck injury. For a scrambling save to open. Well, if the tee shot looked a little nervy to Noda,
yeah,
there's a good way to kind of get those nerves back in gear, scrambling forward to begin. To the second.
Theegala from the rough with his third, Kurt.
Yeah, left off the tee, laid it up. He had a tough shot through the trees, and now a ball that should come out hot. I think he's got to play towards the middle of this green, just with a sand wedge. Yeah, he was really afraid of that one taking off.
So a long birdie look on the easiest hole today after an opening birdie for Theegala.
And back at 1, Dan, here's Harman for an opening 4.
Well, he was a wizard with the flat stick yesterday.
2.
Fitzpatrick now, Kurt.
Only 99 yards. Really tough lie in the rough. I think he's got to play out toward the middle as well, and that's what he's trying to do. Trying to use that slope. Pretty good shot from there.
Yeah, hole high for Fitzpatrick. We've been talking about this par 5 second as we take a look at the stadium stat presented by Morgan Stanley, where we focus in on the final round performance of past players. Champions on this hole since '83. Past champs in the final round have made birdie or better nearly half of the time on the second hole. Last players champion to make eagle here was Tiger back in 2001. And over this Same time frame, no past champion has made worse than par on number 2 in the final round at the Players. Back to the third.
And a couple of putts for birdie this a moment ago. Nate Lashley from about 25 feet away.
Goes a little down, then back up a little bit there. I'm seeing a lot of nice putts on this third hole. Nate Lashley showing he's not afraid playing with #1 player in the world.
Nah, back to back. So Lashley's at 13 under par. And Scheffler hit the better tee shot, and he'll try to get to that 13 under number as well.
Just a right to left putt here, Fax, but the problem is the cup is leaning the other way, so very easy to miss this out on the right-hand side.
Well, he favors the right to lefters like a lot of the best players that putt from the right side. That looks good. And they kept breaking to the left.
That's surprising.
Yeah, good effort, though.
Come back to the last group at 1. Schauffele.
149 left for Xander, left edge of the fairway. Good angle of this back right pin. Austin Kaiser, his caddy, looked all over to check wind. He mostly checked the U.S. flag right back by the clubhouse. That's the truest tell right now. Very right to left, just a touch of hurt. And this is wedge for Schauffele. Starting just right of the flagstick, turning over just left of it, and tight draw.
Comes back a little bit there.
Yeah, that's a good effort. Just to get it pin high is superb in this wind and this little corner of the golf course.
Well, this has been a hole that Wyndham Clark has handled here. Birdie all 3 days and was deeper, closer to the green the first 3 days. A little bit farther back here, but a nice angle for his second shot.
It's hurting it all the time. Yeah. Yep. What shot do you feel like hitting here? Like it's either.
My question is, if I hit a good gap and it flies pin high, is there a chance it spins back too much?
I didn't see any that just pitch pin high, so it's hard to say. Like, if it's just off the right, then you could just hit like a going gap wedge. All right. If something changes, I'm going to call you off, and you're going to hit the other one.
You good with this one?
Yeah, I am.
132 total. The going gap wedge means he wants to hit this a little low and turn it over a little bit. Perhaps take a little bit of spin off it. And in fact, you are right. The wind is all over the place. You can see the caddies looking up at the trees a lot today. Sounded good contact. Turning over a little bit left of the flag as well. Similar line to Xander.
Yeah, giant divot there. Attack that thing, if that's what it's called, a going gap wedge, and 2 good iron shots from the final group into #1.
Well, Woody, the dynamic you would know as well as anybody between a player and caddy is so important. As you look at John Ellis, Wyndham Clark's caddy, they had that conversation yesterday. It's been talked about a lot at 17, where it was Ellis who said, well, maybe, you know, you take a little bit off that sandwich into 17, and then later on it was Wyndham Clark who said, hey, I don't want to throw my guy under the bus, but that was really kind of one of the problems, that I hit that 17 shot so short. And I know we've talked about that, and boy, there's times when you step in it and there's times when you don't, right?
Yeah, and I think probably John probably knows if he had to do it over again, he probably wouldn't have said that. Maybe early in their discussion say, hey, let's move this a couple club lengths back. Give yourself 2 extra yards to work with. And thinking, you know, if this goes up top, it's not that bad. It's a pretty easy 2-putt these days. So maybe you would like to have that one back a little bit, to put that in your man's thoughts at the last minute. Maybe not perfect.
Theegala has already missed his birdie at the second. Fitzpatrick looking to get to 15 under.
Matty made everything on the back 9 yesterday and seems to be continuing here in the 4th round.
Yep. Fitzpatrick is feeling good about the swing and rolling them in as well. Gim looking to roll one in at 4. Wow.
How much break he played there, and it didn't fall.
Believe that didn't fall.
It looked like it came backwards at the end.
It grazed the entire front portion of the cup. And over at the 6, McIlroy for birdie. Gave that one a good ride.
Had plenty of pace up that hill, confident stroke.
Couple of birdies from McIlroy in the early going, as he continues to build toward the major season and back to the third.
You see the breeze there, Dan, the whole location. Kind of get back towards the clubhouse. Billy Foster and Matt Fitzpatrick with the conversation there.
Yeah, trying to decide whether this 9-iron is the right club or not. He's got help from the right. This is a gettable hole location. You're right, Fax. These first 3 holes, you got to get off to a good start, and another good opportunity right here.
He's birdied 8 of the last 12 holes he's played, Kurt.
Just left of it.
Yeah.
Just. That took a big bounce there, Kurt. Very surprising. That landed just about a yard short of hole high and went down into that little hollow, but another superb iron shot by Matt Fitzpatrick.
You're right. That was a big bounce from what we've seen before. Let's go back to the first. Clark and Schauffele. Woody, Clark here?
Yes, first to play. Down the hill, moving slightly to his left. Made an unreal birdie yesterday out of that right rough from a horrible lie. This would be a bit more conventional.
That's such a difficult putt there. There was a lot of break early, kind of flattens out. You really need to judge your speed perfectly to make those.
Sam Ryder's been having himself a good final round. This for birdie, another one.
That was perfect holeable pace right there, right in the middle.
6 under. Look at that, kids, in the first 10 holes. Scoring average today is 70.8, and it is one of the lowest in a long time in the final round. Brian Harman, we'll see this a lot, Kiz. I know you've talked to Brian about this move.
Yeah, I've asked him, and he said, Kiz, I don't really want to do it either. I'm telling myself to pull the trigger a lot, but I just don't go until I'm ready. And he doesn't love that it's taken that long either, but he's working so hard on hitting it when he's ready to hit it.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Hoylake, obviously, and he's just not going to pull the trigger until he's ready to go, even though he wants to improve on that. Back to the first.
And Schauffele has this putt for birdie, chance to get an early jump on this round.
And a huge statement if he makes this, John.
Yeah, and a chance to reverse the results of yesterday. Yesterday he had it inside Clark and missed the short one for birdie. So Clark misses today. Chance to go get an early 2-up lead.
Not much break here either, is it?
No, sir. Down the hill.
Watch how softly he hits this. Just got left a little early. These green speeds topped out around 13 on the stimp meter, and very good condition as well.
Clark already in with his 4. Schauffele to match right now. And to John's point, if you were not with us yesterday, the Clark birdie allowed him to go to the second tee with a 5-shot lead, and it's been a flip of a half-dozen shots since then. So it's a good opportunity for Schauffele to make the first statement in this final group. Fitzpatrick already on the move behind.
And Xander talked about how much better he's feeling with his putter now that he's out of the West Coast onto these Bermuda greens. He's found something that he likes. He putted so well this week, 4th in putting for the week. And that really is the only thing that you can look at his resume and say he hasn't done well this year. His putting stats haven't been great.
As they go to 2, it's Schauffele by 1 over Clark. Fitzpatrick and Harman 2 off the lead. 50th anniversary of the Players Championship, and on this championship Sunday we honor the man who won the first. 1974 at Atlanta Country Club, the only 3-time winner of the Players, the Golden Bear, Jack Nicklaus, on this golden anniversary.
A little bit of a tough spot, working up against that bulkhead and just on that edge of the rough. Morikawa's third. Short par 4, and he was close to the lake up the left side, but he leaves himself in a decent spot. And so Morikawa, after playing it up the right side, that second shot just kept working towards the lake, and he's at least able to rally for par if he makes it. Nick Taylor, a hole ahead. This at 13. And you get the feel for that putt up the slope and then picking up speed towards the hole. Oh, really nicely played. So Taylor with a good feel for that. Struggled on Saturday, though. The Canadian fell to over par in the third round.
Leader by 1 at the Players. Schauffele at the second hole after exchanging pars with Wyndham Clark at the first. Good look from high above. The shape of this hole.
Definitely the most difficult wind direction, straight left to right. Going with fairway metal, easier to turn this club over than a driver. This is right up the left center. Good looking tee shot here. Perfect. Exactly what he was looking for.
Woody, that's absolutely smash for a 3-wood. 179 mile/hour ball speed with a 3-wood.
And there's this black-faced driving iron that he's been using, Woody?
Yeah, I think his carry number with this is a touch over 250, so don't read too much into the fact that it's an iron. He can still smash this thing and reach in 2 with this club. What he's doing with this club is taking out through the fairway on the right a little bit more than if he were to hit a wood.
He's got it teed up.
Looked like he did.
Usually he's been hitting these right off the turf.
And another good one right down the middle, low, tight draw.
Easier to draw it, Dan, when you tee it up a little bit. You know, you see a little bit more loft. It's easier. You don't have to go down at it as much.
It's really turned into a weapon for him around this place. Up ahead, Harmon's third.
So we'll find out how your nerves are early right here.
He's so good at these, kids.
Just love the way he plays. It looks like he just picks it up and lands that bouncing loft right behind the golf ball.
Back at the fourth, Scheffler from 82. Got to get it going after 3 straight pars.
This one ought to be dancing around the hole.
Kind of like that. Oh, it might go in. Unbelievable.
I bet Teddy and Scottie have a bet on how many hole outs. He just let them know there was 6.
Well, you saw that hole out before anybody. You said it was going to do a little dance right around the hole. How about a dance and disappear? And how about getting it to 14 under just like that?
What a roar, Dan.
He's attracted, obviously, some of the biggest galleries out here. There's Teddy with 6 up. Yep, let's count them. We'll tell you that it's the 34th Eagle 2 on number 4 here. A while back, Kiz, you said you wouldn't be surprised if there was a hole out. That's the first this week, though, in the 4th. Scheffler, Smiley, can you shed anything else on what the counting was with Ted and Scottie there?
Yeah, I got the scoop, Dan. Just asked Ted Scott. It's like, what was the 6 all about? He said, at the beginning of the year, the bet is if he has 10 hole outs throughout the year, I got to pay him at the end of the year. And Scottie said, we're already at 6. So I think he's already starting to get the wallet out, guys.
Pretty early in the year. That's a great story.
And feeling better and better every hole. Over at the 3rd, Fitzpatrick.
He's been putting on the pressure with a birdie at 1 and a birdie at 2.
Back up the hill, you see that grain there. That was a difficult putt there. You see just past that hole location, it falls away.
Back to 2.
And Harmon, Noda.
Yeah, nice little soft pitch shot there, just coming in behind the hole, and he just saw McNeely convert his par save from almost the same line, had to move his coin to stay out of the way, so this is going to come just to his right. Kind of a loose stroke on the first hole. See if he gets it here.
On its way to the
Yeah, 2 in a row. Back to 3.
And about 4 feet coming back. Fitzpatrick so often leaves the flagstick in. As rattling and being buffeted by the wind, he rolls it in. 2 under first 3.
Well, you're on the third hole, and the players can get a real indication of the wind's doing. It's just over to the left there, and they can tell it's downwind there, and that'll help from the rest of the 9.
Harman cleaning up his par putt at 2, so a couple of pars for him. 2 back of Schauffele. Scheffler is just 3 back now. Is Scheffler coming up to take it out of the hole? He said this injury, he's had it before. He says, I know I'm going to feel a lot better every day, and that has been the case exactly. He says by Tuesday, Wednesday, I think this thing will be out, and he'll be feeling 100% again. Meanwhile, back at the second, Clark with his second.
225 front, 247 total. Coming out today swinging much, much better than yesterday. Yesterday, way right off the first, way left off the second. He's piped his first 2 drives, and this is 4-iron with that left to right breeze. Starting out left to the green, cutting it back. This is on a really good line, fellas.
Is it ever?
Going to get really close here. Should break left here at the end.
Been 3 eagles so far today at the second, and Clark lined up for another one.
Digging into that ground with his lower body and torquing it with his feet so that upper body can just smash right through it to hit that big fade. High launch, use that wind to help ride it in there, and then use the upslope here where he landed to slow it down. It doesn't get much better than that.
Nope. Been a lot of guys that have hit the green in 2 today, but that's the closest shot at the second all day delivered by Wyndham. So now Schauffele.
205 front, 227 total. The long discussion about the wind here, and you're going to see that all day today. Caddies will put little notes in where there's a flag on a house or somewhere to pick up wind, because it is jumping all over the place right now. This is 5-iron. Starting at the center of the green, holding on there, cutting a little bit to the right now.
Another fine shot, just not as good as Clark's. To the third.
And Brian Harman on the tee.
He's got 8-iron in his hands, 154 front, 165 gets him to the hole. Wind coming down off his right shoulder.
Might be a lot of club if he's got 8-iron.
Yeah, trying to draw it back into the hole. Takes a huge kick, but pretty nice shot.
Yeah, it is. No, I think a lot of players have commented it's hard to judge what the ball is going to do on the separate holes. They're very different on each of the greens.
Let's move up to 5 after the hole out at the 4th. Scheffler on the tee, this par 4.
Ideally, you'd like to cut it just like that to get it in this fairway. This is a beautiful hole here. Angled tee shot, and yesterday he had it go in the face of that bunker. Today, just about 5 yards left of that. Perfect.
Made bogey here yesterday. Back for McNeely on the tee.
Yeah, sending that 9-iron high, trying to ride the wind, see if he gets enough out of it. Not quite.
Comes up a little bit shorter. Facts mentioned getting a sense of the wind over here on 3. All the flags by the practice area, right as you see McNeely walking by. You've got plenty of raw data coming in there as you walk down the 3rd. This is 12.
Little peek ahead at this drivable par 4. The tees are up for the 2nd straight day. Tony Finau, it's 326 today.
And this whole location cut on the left side of the green, kind of in the low of the green, so if you can feed it in from the right, it'll feed down to the hole, much like this one right here.
And guys have been enticed to go for it, and most of the field has indeed been doing that. So that's an eagle look it'll be for Finau coming up at 12. This was a moment ago Fitzpatrick off the tee at the 4th. He has had some battles with this hole the last 2 days. He's double bogeyed it the last 2 holes.
It's a lot of club today. Driver with some help off the left.
Again, he's in trouble.
Definitely playing longer than yesterday.
And over at the 2nd.
We're looking at Xander Schauffele here, trying to close out this title. Time for us to take a look at this stadium stat presented by Optum and focus on the final round performance of past Players Champions. So all of them that have been played here, the stroke average just under 69. You see most of those champions were under par, just 2 par or worse. Most recently 19 of the last 20 under par in the final round. And given what we've seen so far, the conditions and the way the week has gone and the weather is today, that's likely going to be the case. You're going to have to be a couple deep here to have a chance to win. You see 3T at the bottom of the screen and 2 green where that last group is right now.
Where we could see our first swing of the day here. Clark hit it in there tight. It's just 4 feet 4 inches away.
Yeah, and kids, that's got to be a huge, a huge boost of confidence coming out like Clark did yesterday, kind of spraying it everywhere and kind of cobbling together around early. He's hit nothing but flushers so far today.
Yeah, people keep going back to that shot he hit on 17 last night, and I almost see it as the reverse, Woody. I see it as he stood up there after that big tragedy of a shot and then stepped in there and flushed one, made the 4, hit 2 good ones on 18 and come out firing today. He's got to be just rolling with the confidence.
Yeah, he looks really sharp. So does Xander. I mean, Xander didn't hit it spectacularly yesterday. His short game was unreal, but
From the bottom side, it looks like there's a little right left early. Yeah.
it's the kind of putt you can make. I think a lot of players like these downhill ones. You don't have to worry so much about speed. Just get it started on the line you're looking at, kids.
I totally agree. Down grain as well, so you can see the shine. You're going to see your line with the shininess of the grass, of where you want it to enter that hole and how you want it to ride down this slope. I think you're right. He's going to have a chance to hoop this one.
Solid putt by Schauffele. Should be a 2-putt birdie, but Clark will have a chance to push it past.
While we have a second, let's go see what's been happening over at the 17th. Just 2 birdies so far today. We saw Martin Laird make a 7. Chris Kirk is checking out the swirling winds on the tee.
And it's the hardest hole on the course today already, this little 17th.
So while he's looking at that, down bottom right, Schauffele going to clean up here. This for birdie. And the lead is 2. Remember Clark, his good shot. He's coming up in a moment. Let's watch Kirk.
Really notice how the ball landing, these bounces. Much firmer than in the week, but that'll stay on the green and he'll have a putt.
Put one in the water yesterday. Remember, he had one of those good early starts to the round. And let's get back to the last group at the top of the board.
And with that powerful game, Clark leads the PGA Tour in eagles this season, most of anyone, but this would be his first of the week, believe it or not.
And he is meticulous setting up that ball with the line. Even has his caddy come in and take a look at it. It's just a wrinkle of right to left in this.
And that went well by. Came into this final round still leading in strokes gained putted. He cooled off yesterday a bit, but just made everything he looked at the first couple of days to 3.
And Harman about a 25-footer.
He has to feel like he's at least given 1 shot back with these 2 holes he's just played. A little bit of a mystery there for Harman.
And we've seen a couple of guys baffled with that putt so far. We're back 1-2.
And now for birdie. That was Clark's first miss inside 5 feet this week. Made over 200 feet of putts the first 2 rounds. Good chance there for eagle, but Schauffele keeps that lead.
We've seen quite a few short misses around that whole location. Something funny going on there. He's just made a solid one to secure his birdie, though.
Fitzpatrick battling this 4th hole again. Ball above his feet. Kurt
caught a flyer to here, unfortunately. Now with this ball above his feet, the lie is actually pretty good. It's like so far above his feet, though. He would love to go out to the left, but it makes the shot even more difficult to get it up in the air if you aim over there. If you aim at the flag, it's like a hook with this shot, and it's straight downhill.
Fitzpatrick was 9 back after the 8th hole yesterday. 8 under since in 13 holes, now 3 back. They're just trying to hang on here.
Kurt, I think he'd be better off going where he's looking now, just playing out to the right of it.
Yeah, they're talking about whether it'll stay up.
While they continue the discussion, we go to 5.
And Scottie Scheffler coming off his 2nd career eagle at Sawgrass.
460-yard par 4, one of the best holes on the golf course. You see that hole location tucked over that little knob there. You can't really see the bottom of the flagstick sometimes.
Back to 4.
Fitzpatrick now ready.
Left hand low. Is it going to stop?
This little 390-yard par 4 has given Fitzpatrick fits.
Up here at the 3rd dam, both Harmon and McNeely made their pars, so the green is clear for the last group. Schauffele.
165. That breeze is back to the northeast, which was the forecast, which is almost a relief. This is 9 iron. Probably not a huge one for Xander.
Yeah,
getting on a great line.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick hit 9 iron right there as well. Ball's going far for Xander Schauffele. 179-mile-an-hour ball speed with the 3 was incredible. What a good iron shot too, Mike.
This is just how he's showing, Austin's showing Xander the wind direction that he has. He always shows it with his pencil that he marks down in the book on every shot. You'll see that throughout the rest of the day.
And what do you call it, northeast? And you said guys are happy that it's back to northeast. Is that because of the pre-planning?
Exactly. That's what the forecast was. When you get out here and it's jumping all over the place, you kind of throw a lot of that the things you were going to say out the window and kind of got to think on the fly. But now we're back to what it's supposed to do. So this is 9 iron for Clark as well. Just put it right on the ground as usual. No tee. And this isn't a big one at all for Clark. Just right of the flagstick.
You ideally want us to stop hole high, and both players well past the whole location here.
Flying those 9 irons 175 yards in the air.
You can see those flags up there above the hill and how hard they're blowing.
You come up to the 5th, and Nate Lashley, while you had the excitement with Scheffler at the 4th, Lashley dropped a shot at 5, trying to get it back, or 4, I should say, getting it back here at the 5th with a birdie.
He's made 3 good putts in these 5 holes, Mike. Looks very confident out there.
211, and Sam Ryder has this birdie attempt.
Well, this is a really gettable par 5, and to have a putt this long for birdie here, this is not what he would have planned on the tee, but didn't make it.
Sam Ryder, that's his 7th birdie in his first 11 holes. And he's getting close to a record for the week. He has 25 birdies this week, one shy of Fuzzy Zeller's record of 26. What a week. And what a move he's making. Tied for 5th.
131 feet of putts for him as well already today.
And let's return to the 5th, and Scheffler, the eagle at 4. Try to go eagle birdie here.
Yeah, playing with Lashley, so we saw that putt go in. Will it be contagious?
Hey, hey, here comes number 1 in the world. Eagle birdie, Scheffler tied for 3rd. They're going in. Here are the players.
Scottie Scheffler exiting the green with another score as he has gone that 3 under stretch through holes 4 and 5. The 5th definitely one of the more challenging par 4s. Now Tony Finau. Finau will miss to the left. He was reading break, and that was just a fairly straight putt the entire way. T35 on the leaderboard for Finau. 1 under going out. Now Fitzpatrick, and he will play for par here. He's right on that just slightly thicker cut of rough, and of course battling the bulkhead. That one misses. So Fitzpatrick will surrender a shot alongside Thigala as they work the 4th. Chris Kirk at 9 under par in this long play with that traditional Sunday right pin. You're on the top half and you need to catch that ridge, pick the perfect line, and it's on its way. And it'll curl back to the right to left towards the back corner, and then it'll also break just slightly back towards the cup if it had a little more energy in that putt. Morikawa now at 14. Uphill play and short on speed. So Morikawa hoping to hold at 6 under par. A testy 3-footer left for the 4.
You get a look from above. It's kind of the way the ball flies there. Once you get up here at the 3rd, mention the practice area, all the flags of the nations represented in the field to the left.
And the 4th hole takes a left turn there, so those players will be playing a left to right downwind shot. Looks like Clark has his putter from the fringe.
So right around that same area.
Yeah, facts. Very slow putt here. Everything you can think of to make a putt slow, this one's got it. Up the hill, into the grain, into the wind, and right to left the entire way. So he's got to let this one release to get it to the hole.
He sure does. And all the players we've seen from down here have missed it to the right, going up the hill.
Xander taking a good look at it. Very similar line.
Look at him walking in there to watch it. Another one well to the right, well past.
And we've seen a few putts go past there at the 3rd. You mentioned just off the green and the grain. Lot work in there.
And into the wind, too.
At the 4th, Harman ended up in this bunker to the right, and the scoring average there, a full shot over par. Talking about it all week, Nody. Got to keep it in the fairway here. If you don't, it really gets tricky.
This hole is diabolical when you miss the fairway. Just so many possible outcomes and so many decisions that players and caddies have to contemplate. But saw Nick Taylor from this exact same position, caught it just a smidge heavy, came up short in the water. So a lot riding on this shot here. 90 to the front, 118 to the hole. Got to get perfect contact to control your distance. Got a lot of it, but it's a little out to the right. See if it spins back left. That's going to be a tough 2-putt from there.
Safely across, though, to 3.
And Schauffele's birdie attempt.
What a big difference putting second here behind Clark. And that's the first one, Mike, we've seen actually break hard left up that hill. Just a little bit different angle.
6.
Scheffler on the tee.
Different.
Short par 4.
Different club off the tee here today with the front hole location. He's going to lay back so he can control his spin. Yesterday he hit driver all the way to the end of the fairway to the back hole location.
Looks like he's getting through it better.
Got a little more speed. Talking to him in the locker room, he said, I had nothing early, but it started to feel better late in the round, and looks like he's moving well here.
Beautiful scene over at the 3rd.
You had mentioned, Dan, that Clark had that first miss inside of 5 feet. This is 6.5 feet to save par with Schauffele in there closer.
Fast putt here. Yep, just a little bit of right to left there, and Confident stroke there from Wyndham Clark, and a good two-putter, a good save for par after missing the green.
We're talking about the players and the junior players that has been played here over the years, and the track record. Guys getting familiar with this golf course early in their junior careers. Clark twice, Fitzpatrick, Scheffler 3 times, and it's been much talked about the incredible amateur record that Scottie Scheffler had. Like almost everything that he signed up for from an early age. So guys who've been around this place for more than their professional careers, aspiring to get here. Schauffele to keep the lead at 1.
It's great to see the shirt styles have changed so much from back in their days. It should be routine there for Xander. That was a good putt he hit up that hill. 2 good iron shots by both players.
We talked about the start, Brad. 1, 2, and 3. Each of these players 1 under par. They go to where things start to get a little tougher. The 4th.
Just earlier, McNeely's 2nd from 101. All pars to start this far from Maverick, and that is a good looking one.
Spin right down there to it. The slope doesn't seem to be bringing it all the way to hole high. You saw Scottie Scheffler took more of a direct line right at the hole location.
And now Harman looking over this long birdie attempt, Noda.
Yeah, he's going to take a long look at this one, kids. There's a lot that can go wrong here. Just got to get the break right, because he's not going to be able to charge it with speed. You got to sort of get it to the top of the slope and then just let gravity do its work and drift on down.
He was actually fortunate, Noda, that it came back off that fringe a little bit. I think if he just stayed up in that fringe, it would have been even more difficult.
Yeah, I agree. He certainly wouldn't have had the option to putt it. He would have had to take it out of the lofted club and try and do something superb with this. But now with the putter in his hand, he's going to be playing a good 10 to 12 feet of break. And you know, the greens have picked up a little pace as we've worked through the week. So, you know, all those little factors contribute to just making the guesswork just a little bit harder.
Kiz, what do you think the Open Championship did for this guy? You're good friends with him. What do you think it did for him as far as confidence goes?
Well, I don't think he ever lacked confidence. He's always been a very confident guy, and that's why I think he performed so admirably that Sunday. And I think that you get him on a golf course that he feels comfortable that he can win, he'll go up against anyone, and that's why I expect a big day out of him here.
He says this is his favorite PGA Tour course.
Well, I could definitely see that, guys. I mean, he's excellent off the tee yesterday. Only missed 2 greens, so this guy gets it in sync with the tee to green game, and we all know his short game is awesome.
Very well done.
Yep. Tricky putt, gathering speed. Up to the 6th. There's that tree that everybody stares at when they play here at the stadium course at this par 4, some 48 feet high. It just kind of gets in your eyesight no matter where you are on this hole.
Well, with Scottie preferring a fade, he's looking a little left of the hole probably here, and just hitting a little sawed-off fade. With this hole location, you got to cover just a soft false front, but you don't want to get too far past it. It'll funnel down to the left. So hitting it right, just right of the hole, it looks like. Greens are starting to firm up. We're starting to hear them, starting to see the bigger bounces. That northeast wind will dry it out this afternoon.
Back on the tee at the 4th, Schauffele for the all-important tee shot here.
Light the candles, Xander.
Looks like it's leaking on the wind right. Gonna end up in that bunker that Harman was just in.
Up to the green, McNeely now for birdie. So a par start for McNeely on his first 4 holes. Back on the tee. Now Wyndham Clark's turn.
No, Wyndham missed that short one on 2, but then poured the par putt on 3 in, give him some confidence. Get this one in the fairway, have a good look at birdie here, 4.
That one tailing a little right as well for Clark. But it's okay, right side. Beautiful shot.
Perfect spot to attack that whole location now.
Up at the 12th. Reachable par 4 this for birdie for Ryder. Trying to keep it rolling. Oh, hate to not birdie this hole. That was for his 8th birdie in the first 12 holes. Now Brian Harman, who did not miss a single putt inside 10 feet yesterday. He was 14 of 14. Today he's at a 7-foot miss at 1, 6-footer miss at 2. He's trying to get that magic back.
Both misses have been on the left. This one's breaking left to right. So it's a hook putt for Brian. Get some confidence. He pours this one in.
Indeed he does. That finding the bottom. So a nice 2-putt for Harman as he drilled that home from 6 feet. So all pars for Harman. After Harman went 65-64 the last 2 rounds to 5.
And Matthew Fitzpatrick, left side of the fairway here off the bogey at 4.
Yeah, good drive there. He's finding some confidence. His wind should be shaping this towards that, help to shape it towards that flag stick. Yeah, good chance to make a birdie here for Matt.
Front right hole location. Thigala also in this group keeps missing fairways. That's why he has not been able to mount a charge so far. We'll go back to the 6th.
And Scheffler looking around this birdie putt. Smiley.
Yeah, Nate Lashley's already putted. He's going to have a little short one for par, but Scottie's, you know, it's kind of an awkward putt. It's right at the top side of this ridge, which he's going to be putting on the top side of. He's going to be moving left to right the entire way, and I got behind it because it just looked like a super awkward putt.
Yeah, this whole location, you got that dramatic slope from where you're looking here down to the right to that little collection area, and then you have a false front over Scottie's left shoulder, so it's almost riding along a spine here, and you're not sure if it breaks right or left. I normally go with straight and hammer it when it gets to that point.
Yeah, I got it going left to right. I think it's probably close to about a foot out was what my read was, and that putt he made on the last hole was perfect speed and a left to righter. See if he does it again.
He's got an eagle birdie the last 2.
Good read from Smiley.
Every now and then, Giz.
Does that every once in a while. Your happy hour mate. Back at the 4th. What about Schauffele's lie, Woody?
Well, he kind of popped up that 3-wood, and it is barely outside of the water. It is in the penalty area, but similar to the one he had on 5 on Friday, well below his feet, but he's got a decent lie other than the stance. 152 total. 139 carries all of the water, but I got to imagine you're just looking middle of the green here and looking, if it gets over to the left, great. If not, just escape from here with a par.
Keep it dry. Been 32 balls in the water this week, already 6 today at this hole.
And you can see how severely below his feet this ball is. Got to go down and make sure you get it.
It's way back there, Woody.
This is at the center of the green. See if you pick the right number. And you almost have to do that, don't you, with water short?
That's your miss, but then that is no fun from there.
He has been a scrambling king. #1 in scrambling for the week, Schauffele. He's just played 1 over par hole the entire week.
Not a ton of grass coming out of there, so that ball came out fast.
And now Clark from a ideal spot.
A little further with our yardage that we were looking for.
Still on the 60.
Yeah, so 68, 78, 88, 92.
You don't worry that the 60 rips too much?
Based on what I saw this morning, obviously the wind switch, but if it can't rip, if we're hitting it at the guy in the red, kind of using that little slope, it's not going to spin backwards. It's going to kick forward and spin down to the left.
Okay.
All right?
So you're good with this, right?
100%.
Then the other one?
100%.
There you are. Okay, so we're trying to get a 90?
It's okay. 92. Okay.
Sounds good.
Nice interaction there. Telling him Wyndham's obviously worried about hitting this 60 degree of having too much spin on it. John Ellis says, no, I don't believe it will.
I mean, you haven't seen, I guess last time, I'm just so worried that I'm going to get a good shot. It's going to rip. I mean, I guess to 25 feet.
Then let's hit the 56 then. If you're not feeling comfortable, let's hit the 56. I'll take the spin off it, and then it'll kind of chase up there.
Okay.
But then we need the
Assuming it's still into.
Yes, it is. Then are we going a 90 shot with this club then?
Yeah, 90.
Okay.
Good.
Love it. Yep.
So you hear him go from the 60 to the 56. This is just going to really almost a chip shot right now. I think it's way more left to right than it is into him right here. Just trying to take all the spin off this. Taking it in low. This looks good. Good work there by those two.
Yeah, I love how they talked through that, John Wood, and Wyndham just wasn't comfortable. I think he might have learned something from 17 last night.
Well, he's a powerful player, Kiz, and the leg action is where the power comes from Wyndham Clark.
Yeah, I love how he just digs into the ground in transition here, and he'll almost increase his flex in his knees in transition here to drive his legs down and shear that ground so he can use that ground for his power. See how he's driving those knees and putting more flex into it, and then he pushes up out of the ground with his left leg to get into extension to use his power, and that's so beneficial in the rough. Shots like this, he can dig in there. You see how much leg action he had on that his legs almost came unglued from the ground.
That was him over at the par 5 9th earlier in the week. And tour player, if you're going to keep up with these guys, Kiz, you've got to create that force from the ground up. And that's exactly where Clark gets most of his. To the 5th.
This guy's worked on his strength to help get longer and stay competitive with the biggest hitters. Fitzpatrick, a 20-footer.
You know, just because you get more speed doesn't mean you're going to hit it straight either. And you got to learn mentally how to control that speed when you get out to a hole like this.
Over at 17 with Scheffler.
Back into the wind now.
Let's go, Scotty. What up, Scotty?
Needs a bounce.
This tee shot's gotten so much harder since they opened that whole left side up. It just looks like there's nowhere to drive it anymore.
It's so intimidating on that left side. And again, it's like you've said it about Dye, the angle of the fairway,
Correct.
The angle of the bunker, the angle of the water.
Okay, Woody, what about the latest up and down possibility for Schauffele?
Well, he put on an absolute clinic yesterday with his short game, but I don't think he had any of them this tough. The one good thing is it's a pretty good lie, and it's a little bit on the upslope. He could even land this well to the left and short of the green, and it will kick forward, or he can try and fly it a little bit farther onto the flat. It looks like he's going for that big flop. Yeah, you're almost hoping to muff that a little bit, and he got a lot of ball.
Again, a lone over par hole for Schauffele. Came in the second round at the 11th. He's got a long par putt there at the 4th. He's been up to the test virtually every time. To 13.
The guy making a run is Sam Ryder. 7 birdies first 11 holes. Want to get you thinking about 13 because you got a chance to hit it close here today.
See that little pot bunker in the middle of the green? That's your target. And then if you can turn up, but the wind's blowing a bit to the right here, so it's hard to get the ball to turn over there. And that. Oh. Did it go back in the water?
Have to check down there. It did. It did get into the penalty area. It's the first ball in the water on 13 today.
All right, lots on the line today. And as Clark and Schauffele play this 4th hole, FedEx Cup summary shows you 750 FedEx Cup points to the winner. Not to mention some pretty big cash, $4.5 million to the winner of the crown jewel of the PGA Tour. 50th plane as Schauffele lines up this par attempt.
Another slow putt up the hill, moving right to left the whole way. Yeah, realistic chance at a 2-shot swing here early in the day.
Did he hit it? No. So first bogey of the championship week for Schauffele comes at the 4th. And we could have that big swing indeed here as Clark lines up a birdie at 10. Before that, we go back up to 5.
And Noda Harmon ready for his second.
Yeah, lucky to stay out of the tall stuff, but nonetheless going to have a little bit less control, but a great angle from 199. He's got a 5-iron.
Kids watching the head movements like Novak Djokovic bounce on the tennis ball before a serve. You just never know when he's going to go.
A little bit of a tug on this.
Right where the players walk off too, so that's going to be pitching back into the green.
First
Matted down. Ugh.
Yeah, first green he's missed since the 9th yesterday.
So this to take the lead from 8 feet 9 inches for Clark.
No real speed in it, just right to left, really.
Right when you're over, it feels pretty good.
Just a really good piece of work back there between these two in the fairway. It shows Wyndham still has full confidence in John, even after 17 yesterday. And John had a great call. Wyndham didn't like the 60, so gave him an option, and he took it.
Right away.
I think that's a difficult putt, John. It's just so hard to know as you feel like you're sitting on a 6 or 7 degree slope and the hole's right there and you're playing an 8-footer 8 inches out. It feels like a lot of break.
Just kind of messes with your mind a little bit. Let's go to 7.
And let's go see what Nate Lashley is up to. His second shot in that group with Scheffler.
Yeah, the whole location today is on the right. There's a bunker there. Ideal to hit a fade. Oh, and that's a superb shot there.
Chance for his 4th birdie of the day. Back to the last group at 4.
Little left for his first bogey of the week. And this hole costly for a number of players. Again, you get out of position off the tee. First bogey in the last 29 holes as we send you back to 7.
Smiley, Scheffler second.
Trying to fade something, ball was sitting down. He got a little jumper, guys, left.
Well, that's probably a good break, getting it a kick down into that bunker. It looks like it's in the center of that little tiny bunker, but plenty of room there. Powered that out. If that was in the rough, that could have been really difficult.
Showed you the tee shot from Ryder in the water, so you don't have a long way to go to drop it from where the hazard is, where you line up off the tee. So he hit it to 30 feet and a couple of putts, and it has been a hole Ryder would like to forget. He drops back to 11 under par. Well, here is Jake Knapp on 17, the man who won in Mexico, then finished 4th at Cognizant the following week. Other than a huge number on 6 at the Arnold Palmer Invitational, he didn't play bad last week. And that easy power, easy swing here.
Mike's superstar in the making. Oh, what a huge bounce there and a big pull. You have to watch the players that pull it left here with this wind. How much shorter that shot's going to play and how much firmer it is on the back of this green than it's been all week.
Ball 6 in the water at 17 today. 2-6.
Second for Fitzpatrick, Kurt.
That's from 115 and a sand wedge. Tough little hole location to get close here. Falls off left, it falls off in front.
Yep, and that whole location right up there in the front. So Fitzpatrick will take his chances coming back down to the whole location there at 6. We go to 5.
And this last group on the tee, now tied at 17 under. Let's get a look at it, Facts.
I love this hole. Today it's 461 yards, and you see the carry there over that right bunker. The longer hitters have to avoid going through the fairway here. You see it bends gently there to the right. This whole location on the right, you got a little palm tree that sticks out over there, and you kind of got this mound on the right that can disguise the players if you don't get the shot fully down there. You want to fade it here. The wind's helping you to cut it.
Just 9 birdies for the day. We'll watch the ball speed relative to the average, or one of the good ones on tour.
Quite a bit of hurt here as well. That quick tee pickup, always a good sign.
Yeah, that one looked a lot like the tee shots he hit at the U.S. Open at LACC. A lot more curve there. That's his comfort zone. That ball didn't roll at all.
So often we talk about how these holes kind of meander and move a little bit. and you're facing that bunker down there on the left. We've seen a bunch of players in there because they're trying to get it to where they have a good angle into the green over there, which is to the right, almost like 1 o'clock on a clock as you're looking here.
It sure is, yeah. And the wind, like John said, hurts these players. So your line here is a little bit more left than it's been the last few days.
Pounds that out there.
Didn't like it. This is turning over. Needs to get down.
Well, that's the thick rough over there. That ball he teed down a little bit low, which usually indicates a player wants to peel it left to right. Big pull there, and that's a tough spot to hit a second shot from.
Yeah, nobody's made birdie from over there. Left it, missed a fairway at the 5th up at the green. Maverick McNeely.
Well, that's not a bad bunker to be in with this whole location. If the pin were on the left, it'd be impossible. But look at how that's scooted there. The greens are picking up some pace as well.
Even on the day, Scottie Scheffler now 2 back, green to work with.
Yeah, and very similar shot to what we just saw Matt McNeely had. He can run this all the way across, and this looks pretty good. And that's a high lip to that bunker.
Rare missed green for Harman, who led the tour last year in scrambling.
Well, you can see the grain there is right against him. That's where what Kiz said. The players walk off there and it mats the grass down and it gets it really thick going through there. Pretty good shot.
So those scrambling numbers not as good this week for Harman as they have been, especially last year. Big look at the board here. Schauffele and Clark 2 clear. Scheffler excited the crowd with an eagle. He and Harman 2 back. Then Fitzpatrick. Can they continue to close the gap on that last group? Here in the final round of the 50th playing of the Players' Championship.
Here's Tommy Fleetwood moving it to 6 under par with 1 to play, working the 18th. Disappointing back 9. He was 2 under at the turn. Has dipped to 1 under for this final round. This one will work down that pitch of the green. Had certainly a nice drive, offering a good number coming in from 180 yards out. Christian. This for birdie. Bezuidenhout trying to get to 9 under. South African had a very solid Saturday, but 1 over today. So as he taps in after a round of 68 in the 3rd round, he turns in 37. Now Sung J M is at 18. M from the fairway, 137 yards. A drive down the left side, 307 off the tee. And that one above the hole, about 21 feet to see if M can end with birdie.
One of the big ones, just a mile away from the Atlantic Ocean here at Ponte Vedra Beach in Florida, home of the PGA Tour. And there is the theater that awaits as everybody tacks to get in place before the drama at the final 3 holes. While we were away, Maverick McNeely had this putt for par. So he stays at even par his first 5 holes. A little bit of scrambling as he did on the opening hole. And after that, it was Brian Harman trying to do the same.
Wow, 2 nice putts from these players to get up and down, showing you how difficult this hole is playing today with this wind against and left to right on the players.
And this gives you a little bit of sense of that left rough and the miss to the left off the tee at number 5. What we were talking about, what the proximity is for the week. And there you see, if you get in the fairway, much better chance. And we'll see 2 examples of it here. Schauffele, 177.
Go.
And comes up short. Not bad.
Yeah, no, that's, he would have definitely taken that before he hit the shot. Can't see the ball at all. Talk about the knees going, staying flex, and then straightening. And look at that. You couldn't see the ball come through there. And again, nice shallow approach there to try and get it out.
And now, John, it's Wyndham Clark.
perfect place to play from. Flat lie in the fairway, back into the breeze. 167. Can't see the bottom of this flagstick. This is 8-iron.
Should suit his eye. Likes to play a little left to right. Really flighted this down. Just left of the hole, asking for it to sit. It was so flighted.
Yeah, it's nice. His hands never got past belt high. Just recocked the club up in the air. So strong.
Let's jump up to the 7th. We saw Scheffler, his shot to here. This to kind of keep that momentum, make par, not drop back 3.
Big putt.
Got it.
Stays within 2. He didn't want to bogey this hole and get 3 back of those guys. They know he's right there.
6.
Check in with the Gala. This for birdie. 13 under, 4 back.
Long putt coming across here and should feed to the left at the very end.
Kind of like that. The Gala making a move into a tie for 5th, just 3 back. And back to 7.
The sweet shot, the second one from Nate Lashley. This for the payoff. It's such a big week with so many FedEx Cup points.
Incredible.
So much money. A guy who has not had a good year but knows how to win. As we mentioned, 2019, the Rocket Mortgage.
And he's going to see his name up there on that leaderboard.
8.
This par 3 is 243 yards today.
So hard to get it back there. A lot of guys putting from here uphill left to right at the end.
But no problem for Hideki Matsuyama, who fills it up from 36 feet. Rare birdie at the 8th and 3 under round going as he heads to the par 5 9th. Tip of the cap indeed. Up ahead at 11.
And this a moment ago, Austin Eckroat made a double on 9, a bogey on 8. Are you going to hang or are you going to drop down?
Which way the wind is blowing, Mike?
Yep. All right.
The winner at the Cognizant.
Take the casual walk up there to start the clock.
Then you get 10 seconds. So now you start counting.
We're all looking. We're all watching. The clock starts ticking. Joel Damon in for a stare. Everybody looking down. Looking down. We're at 7 or 8 seconds now. Let's see. Is it moving?
There's no way it's.
Are you moving? Are you going? It looks like it's leaning. No. All right, we're past 10 seconds. Mark Deuce-Bobick, our rules analyst. Oh, wait. So Deuce, now it falls in. But what about the time?
Yes, Mike, that is over 10 seconds. You're allowed a reasonable amount of time to get to the hole, and then an additional 10 seconds from that point. If the ball falls in during that 10 seconds, it was holed by its last stroke. In this case, it fell after the 10 seconds, so you count it as hold, but you add 1 penalty stroke.
Got it. And then everybody there kind of counting, making sure they're figuring that as well. Protecting the field. Mark Deuce-Bobick, as you watch this, and with the ability of a TV rules analyst, your job there, you can put a stopwatch on this to make sure when he gets up there close, you count from 0 to 10.
That's correct. I started it a little bit sooner than this, but it was a reasonable amount of time for him to get there. You can't delay your walk up there and kind of lollygag around a little bit. So the clock is already starting. The 10 seconds.
Deuce, let's be clear. You can't delay your walk. We see people do it all the time.
I know you delay your walk, but it's a reasonable amount of time. We have to use our judgment on that. So you couldn't walk around the whole green and make a decision.
There's nothing like the rules of golf. Reasonable. You figure it out. Schauffele at 5.
Always a gray area, isn't there? And not a very good chip there for Xander. Poor chip, as a matter of fact.
The drive may flip who's at the top of the board. Up to 6.
It's Patrick for par.
Close enough to have the flag stick out here.
Oh,
should have left it in.
Yeah. Why change it up? So Fitzpatrick, after beginning the day with back-to-back birdies, has now picked up 2 bogeys in the last 3 holes. If this goes down, which it should, but he is dropping like a rock after looked like he was going to challenge Schauffele, Clark, and company. Still a lot of golf left, but 4 back is the Englishman. And here's this monster par 3. Scheffler on the tee.
243 Going for a high fade to that back hole location. Want to land it probably 8 or 10 steps short of the hole high. Get it to chase back there to it. Terrific shot there. Going to have a great look uphill left to right putt there from about 12, 14 feet.
Scottie Scheffler is turning back into Scottie Scheffler. Just each and every shot, the confidence grows to 5.
And Wyndham Clark has a chance to get back on top of the board alone.
He doesn't feel it with a putter yet. Definitely seen some putts that aren't typical of Wyndham Clark.
Building for him too. To Harman.
Big trouble for Harman.
Doesn't even look like an easy pitch out here. He looks like he's almost going dead sideways and still going to have a wedge shot in for his third.
Back to 5.
So Xander Schauffele with the bogey at the 4th, now trying to hang on to a share of the lead, trying to scramble and save here, John Wood.
Yeah, and after throwing a perfect game yesterday with his short game, worried he may lose 2 in a row here without getting balls up and down. That was a very straightforward pitch, just didn't hit it hard enough.
And Johnny hit his tee shot on 4 to the right, driver here on 5. You know, the players don't hit drivers till this 5th hole.
Big save by Schauffele to stay tied with Clark atop the leaderboard.
Brian Harman 15 under par as he's working 6. And Harman, that is a firm green. You hear that sound? Big booming bounce. It tries to circle back towards the front. And he's disappointed, as you can imagine. He had a bit of trouble off the tee and now scrambling. McIlroy for birdie. Downhill play at 10. And Rory finding the line. Good work for the past players champion as he holds that 3rd birdie of the day, but also 3 over par holes to move to 15 under. Nate Lashley has been steady all week long. It'll be a tap-in par. During this final round, we've seen a couple of players assert themselves mightily. Sam Ryder, one of them, as he lives in nearby Atlantic Beach. 14 holes complete, 12 under, as he is working a very solid day today.
Tee at the 6. Clark has gone back to no tee for this one at the par 4.
Pretty much straight downwind. This isn't that hot 2-iron driving iron. This is his 3-iron. Love to be in the center or left side of this fairway for this whole location, but anywhere on the short grass. Started down the left center, cutting to the right center, should be fine.
Just such confidence with those long irons and the driving iron. And now Scheffler trying to pay off a beautiful tee shot here at 8.
Saw Hideki's ball move to the right at the very end.
Another one falls for Scheffler. You said you'd like 20 under or about to have a chance.
He's getting there quickly, isn't he? Par 5 ninth coming up, still 3 par 5s to go.
And back to 6 for Schauffele.
Trying to get back into the rhythm this last couple fairways. Yeah, and this is a beauty. Tight little draw right down the center.
It's a good one for Schauffele. And we go to that par 5 ninth.
Usually the #1 player in the world takes advantage of the par 5, so he's this high on the board. Scheffler has parred this hole the first 3 days. This is a long and challenging par 5.
And yesterday he drove it in that right rough, and on that line today it's about 319. That wind is off of his right.
I think it's a favorable win for these players, Smiley. You can hammer this with a little draw.
That's absolutely perfect. Down the left side, Brad.
Yeah, right where you want to be. Brought the trajectory down there. Got a little bit of roll, too, and that kicked a little to the right, so that's a better angle coming in for this
from his
second shot.
From his score to the stats you see there to just looking. Scottie Scheffler, as Dan said, we got #1 in the world back, and he is making a move.
Here's Harman trying to salvage a par. And it's not going to happen. Just got into too much trouble. And after 5 straight pars, a bogey for Harman's going to put it back to 14 under. 3 back of Schauffele and Clark. Couple back of a surging Scheffler. To 7.
And Saif Thigala, no missteps, even though he's been missing a few fairways. Birdie at 6 for birdie at 7.
Pin high there, and that ball is a pretty straight putt from there.
With Scheffler, it's Nate Lashley. And that 3-way tie at 14 under.
Long swing, kind of old school caddy swing. Nice stuff there, and a beautiful flight. Yeah, not too far behind the #1 player in the world.
Yeah, getting it out there pretty good.
Yeah.
Keeping up with Scottie.
Back to the 7th. Boy, Fitzpatrick could use a birdie. No momentum going with the bogeys at 4 and 6.
None at all. This one breaks pretty good to the right. Powered one by last hole, and then short here.
Let's come back to the 17th. You saw Jake Knapp a few minutes ago hit it into the water. He made a double. And now Colin Morikawa comes back on the tee.
Well, that whole location well on the right, the typical Sunday plan, and the wind is off the right. Players can feel, you can see the flags to the left, and can you hold that ball on line with a short iron? That's the challenge.
Hang on.
Boy, we've seen so many deep today, haven't we? There must be some help in there. These players can't feel on that tee.
17 with the wind. Guys on Sunday maybe being a little more aggressive. We are seeing it play as tough as it has played all week.
Yeah.
You see the wind kind of whipping and picking up there as we head back
42. Yeah.
to 6.
Yeah, straight down at the 6 all of a sudden. Kind of a little jet stream there.
So 40. There you go. This is like a 15. Yeah.
Front hole location makes this second shot so hard to get it close with that false front. Pitching it around the hole downwind is going to end up 20, 25 feet past the hole every time.
All right, so I'll get a 127 shot. Yeah. Yeah. So taking off just a little bit. Yep. Just a high one. Yeah, just a high one, and it seemed softer earlier. Like it still spin back a little bit. Okay. All right.
140 total. You hear them talk about playing a 126 shot. That palm tree really, it's in your eyesight, but it really shouldn't be in play for a wedge. And you can't, miss this 6 feet left the hole, and it goes way down into that lower area, so not much room to miss this. Right of the flag stick.
About as good as you can do. Executed beautifully by Clark.
Interesting there, Austin Kaiser just walked about 10 yards back to look in the bag of Clark, see what wedge he hit. Perfectly legal. He didn't ask. He just went to take a look. Schauffele now a little better at angle, 132. This is just a gap wedge. Right side of the green as well.
2 really good shots. So as we continue to celebrate a half-century of Players' Championships, we admire what Tiger Woods did here in 2001 and 2013. One of only 6 golfers to win multiple Players' Championships, but Tiger always likes to distinguish himself. He's the only one to win here at TPC Sawgrass in both March and May. Of course he did.
Just in front of the finishing hole, player making it here for the first time, Jake Knapp. Needing this for par, though. Winner of the Mexico Open at Vedanta. Playing for par. And above the cup, Knapp with the struggle at 17 on the previous hole. Ultimately carded a double there, slipped from 2 under to level as his tee shot was too deep, did not find the putting surface. Sepp Straka's at 9 under. He's at 13. And Straka, this one, starting to work down that fall line. This should be quite nice. Looking for just his second birdie of this final round. Excellent work. Now back to 18. Aaron Rai. And Rai to move it to 7 under. Trying to get comfortable and then lowers those hands on the grip. Not enough. So a tap in finish for Rai as he'll card the 4. And so he comes through the back half. Rai with a 71. Had a beautiful hole out at 14 on Saturday, but came back on the very same hole. And it's just the way it seems to go with golf. He went from a 2 to a 6. So he played the 14th, 2 under one day, 2 over the next day. Level at 14 for the weekend for the Englishman.
Pair here at the 6, 2 good shots, and Clark is away as Xander does a little groundskeeping there.
Kiz, you've talked about it all week, how this PGA Tour rules staff has a way of finding little tiny knobs and little tiny spines, and this hole is a perfect example of it. It's almost imperceptible, but he gets his putt going a little right. It looks like it wants to go right. You get it going a little left. It looks like it wants to go left. It's just a tiny little spine in there.
I think you're dead on, Wood. I rarely see putts made from behind this hole down to this front hole location. You saw Rory make one earlier from down from the left where you can hit it firmly, but this one's downhill and the grain's going with you. So it's, you see where Xander's standing, that grain's going off the false front, and then to the right of the hole there's a collection area down to the bottom. Just looks like it, like you said, riding right down a spine here.
It's like putting on a balance beam and trying to keep the ball on it.
Smiley read it right from dead behind the hole going to the right. Scottie Scheffler's putt. So this one I think will have to work a little to the right too, Johnny.
It's funny as you see Scheffler's name that they're popping close to Clark in this surge the last year or two for Wyndham. He says he uses Scottie Scheffler as a benchmark. He's the guy that I keep in mind and admire. Is if you're going to win tournaments, you usually got to get by world number 1. I just never had it, but a tough one. Speaking of Scheffler and Lashley over at the 9th.
You see the tee shots and what's ahead for them, Dan. We've had 65 players play the 9th. 22 have gone for the green and 3 have put it on there.
Oh, yeah. I had to pick up Colson Bill's band on Tuesday night.
And that wind has really picked up down and off the right, which plays for this shot perfectly. But if you bail out to the right, it's going to make it for a very difficult up and down.
Trying to turn to that front left hole location is Lashley.
Yeah, you want to be out to the right. If you miss that left hole location is bad, but that's way right and right into the grass moguls. That could be right up against the lip of it too. Nothing looks like you want to go in there, Mike.
No, Smiley said you get a great look at it now, how thick it is, the little pot bunkers. There's nothing flat or level or simple about the miss over there to the right at the 9th.
You just got the angle. That's the only thing.
You need to hit a big drive. No, I think you hit it normally. His 5-wood is what he hit on the last hole, and it went pretty far just now. So perfect. Finish on that bunker. Perfect.
Scottie Scheffler with 3-iron in hand, 264 to the front. The conversation was between the 3-iron and the 3-wood. I love this club.
Smiley, he talked about how it's harder for him to hit a draw. Let's see if he can do it today. That'll really show if his neck's a little bit better.
Sorry about that one.
Oh, he did it.
Oh, he did, Brad.
No. It's got to sit now. Yeah, that fringe slowed him down. He'll stay on the green. And
that'll be just fine from chipping over there, though.
Two incredible shots. The tee shot kept it low, got some run out of it, got it down the right center, and then drew that one right onto the back fringe. You see that, and a chance for an eagle to go in the lead.
And 2 putts for 31 for Scheffler. Equals his low 9 at TPC Sawgrass. And he thought for a minute there it was going to land a little bit short and get even closer. Still a pretty
no
good
problem
one.
hitting a draw there for Scottie Scheffler.
Back to 6.
Schauffele to jump out by himself again at the top.
Hard hole location to make putts.
To 7.
And in the second for Harman.
A good drive there for Brian. Now a draw hole location for him, which he likes. Did he push it out there a little bit to the left? But just a little. Pretty close to where Nate Lashley just made birdie from.
Looking for his first birdie of the day. 8.
Just earlier the second. A little bit of an awkward stance for Theegala.
Not too difficult, though. Just going to use that rough to help release the ball up the hill to the hole.
He's just got such a great touch around the green, so it looks like a par for Theegala to 7.
And Wyndham Clark on the tee.
Hoping to spin. He's saying spin, so sit in the fairway. Backed up like a pitching wedge. Oh, yeah, that's that U.S. Open cut. I think that means he's a little bit unsettled right now. More curve than we've seen the previous 3 rounds.
It looks a little bit, just a little bit
even
off
on the
here.
greens. It's everywhere. And, you know, expected.
Yeah.
Final group. You got all of a sudden Scottie Scheffler right there.
Yeah, if there was any thought of these two getting out and having a 2-man race, that is gone. These two need to get back to playing and not looking at each other. Straight back into the breeze here. Xander's only hit 1 driver today, and that one went left.
It's an important tee shot, like you said, Johnny. Need to hit a low draw if he's going to feel like he's getting back in it.
And that's exactly what he's done, Fact. Beautiful tee shot up the left center.
Fantastic. 76 feet high. That's much lower than normal, which will get up over 100 feet sometimes. Just what the doctor ordered.
Both find the fairway here at 7, up to 8.
Fitzpatrick a moment ago for par.
Right to left at the end, coming down the slope.
Oh, man, that's a good save. Hit it short, used his putter to that point, and was able to save it. And that's what Theegala is hoping for here. Takes that look up, leans down on the putter shaft. His routine. And he got it. So 2 good saves by Theegala and Fitzpatrick to 7.
Man, there were a lot of birdies. Noda, 9 of them yesterday for Brian Harman. This for his first of the day.
Yeah, a little tougher going for him. Not as precise from tee to green as he was yesterday, but hit a dime in here just underneath the hole, 7 feet, just inside that left edge. Beautiful look.
Good acceleration there on that one, Mike. It's the most confident stroke we've seen him make today.
First one in this group. McNeely's got all pars to this point. But Brian Harman, we talk about being the champion golfer of the year and winning the Open last July. It has been a move. There was the earlier win in Brian Harman's career, but the best golf of his career has come over the last couple of years, pushing into the top 10 of the world golf rankings with the victory at the Open, and he remains in the top 10 at this point. Matter of fact, you have 1, 5, 6, and 9 in the world rankings, in the top 4 on the leaderboard. Lashley, 3rd from short and right.
Here by the crowd's reaction, he caught a little flyer there that might go all the way down into the bunker. Oh yeah, those are shaved down there. That's what you gamble when you go at this green. If they miss it right, you have to contend with that rough, the awkward lies, and the uneven stances.
And Scottie Scheffler with a chance to make eagle here and take the outright lead.
And putting from this fringe, Mike, mostly in the first 15 feet, it's all moving right to left. The last 20 or so feet, it's just back up the hill, not a ton of movement. It's all going to be about speed here.
Smiley, he talked about last night how he had to play a great round to win. I don't think he thought that he'd be in contention this quickly, this early in the final round.
Well, birdie in 16, 17, and 18 last night definitely helped his chances. A birdie would go a long way into that back nine.
Yeah, we're seeing a view from back here. He's already aiming right at Ted Scott's feet.
62-footer.
Carrying some heat.
Yeah, sure is.
Almost off the green. We saw 3 people putt off the green yesterday, and that's a challenging putt there because it goes up the hill, up the green, and then it goes away and down green, like Smiley said. Really hard for all the players to judge those ups and downs.
We've talked so much about Scheffler's putting earlier in this season, and really since that first couple of days at Bay Hill last week, he has looked comfortable with the putter in hand, and it's been kind of enjoyable to watch because it's matching the dominance with the ball striking. Lashley's 4th here at the 9th.
Back into the breeze.
Shouldn't be too hard a shot. And he kind of chunked that a little bit, Smiley. Those usually go out to the right and run a little bit, but not too bad.
Not his best, but he's making from everywhere today.
Before Scheffler, we're going to go back to the tee at the 8th.
And Harman.
Move the ball all the way over to the left side of the tee, trying to create a little bit of a visual angle for himself to the hole cut on the right half of the green. Starting to swing a little bit smoother right now. Oh, another great swing there if he's dialed in this number.
What a shot. Harman has felt so good about his swing. He had a high finish at even Bay Hill, and that was a good sign for him when he was playing well there. And of course, he hadn't done really well on to 7.
Clark pulling back here before the second, Woody.
Yeah, it definitely felt something he didn't want to feel. 179 total. Tough hole location, tough way back on the right, especially with this angle.
Perfect.
Hey, Woody, is the wind just gusting a little bit, or is it still changing directions?
It's not changing directions. It's been pretty consistent for the last hour or so. It's just kind of up and down.
Gotcha.
179. This is 7 iron for Clark. Can hold something against that right to left into breeze. This is at the left side of the green. He's asking for it to sit. This is a definite pull.
We've seen a lot of those shots where those pulls are going so far, and that one gets over the back of the green, and watch how far away that goes into that closely mown area.
Scrambling time up there at 7. Let's come back to 9, and Scheffler with the putter.
We were talking about, you know, this great quote, success brings clues, you know, and he got this new putter. He got a little taller, the putter's longer, the mallet.
And he's rolling them in more often. What a front 9 for Scottie Scheffler, 5 under 31, and he has jumped to a tie for the lead. Back to 7, and Schauffele second.
149 back into the breeze. Good angle. That was 9 iron.
And a beautiful approach there by Schauffele, and I can guarantee you both these players can hear that roar from the 9th green, and they know what's just happened.
And we all know where they're going eventually. 17. This a moment ago. Tony Finau with a pitching wedge.
Bringing it down there, right on the line. You want to hit it, but not with the distance you need to have. That hit into the fringe. Wind is playing tricks on players here.
Watch the left side of your picture here. You're going to see the ball come in.
You see that, Mike? It hit just on the upslope, a yard from being a chance to be a hole-in-one. See that flagstick blowing right to left and helping.
And now it's 9 balls in the water. A moment ago at 15, Siwoo Kim having a decent day.
Yeah, he is, and that's from a popular spot on the green yesterday. And see that double breaker. Big putt there for Kim.
The 2017 champion is 6 under par. That is the best round on the golf course at the moment. But right behind him is Scottie Scheffler. Through the neck pain, battled through day 2 and 3, And the man who continues to put pressure. This is Scottie Scheffler time of the year, right? Think about his wins, Phoenix, Augusta, and here at the Players last year. And Scottie Scheffler has a chance to do what no one has done. Go back-to-back at the Players. He's tied for the lead in the final round.
Now in front of 18, Taylor Moore, 8 under. And Moore scrambling. So he'll just try and see if he can fashion a shot right into that false front. And you can see it just kicked it right to left towards the lake. That was about 65 feet below the hole. And you can still see a good 10 to 12 feet for a par play. Colin Morikawa also here at the 18th, and Morikawa definitely struggled at 17, where his tee shot was well off the mark and sailed over the back of the green. He doubled the hole. Now Bezuidenhout. He removes the coin, looking for birdie, as he is on the back nine, hoping for a chance to move it to 9 under. The 11th for Christian. Birdie try for Bezuidenhout. This group, including Oberg of Sweden and the South African. Powerhouse group. Speaks to the global talent in the game. And that one is in. Bezuidenhout back to level for the day.
Atlantic Ocean just a mile away from TPC Sawgrass on Championship Sunday of the 50th edition. Blessed by beautiful weather all week long. Almost 80 degrees right now, partly cloudy skies, and we've got 3 tied at the top. Back down to the 7th.
3 of the top 6 in the world. Wyndham Clark trying to scramble. Missed it to the left here at 7.
Should be a low kind of checking shot that he's got to pitch across the green. You see that nice spin there.
Look at this. Look at this. Whoa.
Oh, he thought he made that thing. What a great shot there from distance. Just caught the left edge.
I had a look.
Look at the crowd behind him. That's fantastic.
Well, he'll stay there at 17, and Xander Schauffele has a putt after a beautiful second shot. Woody for the outright lead.
Yeah, it sure was exactly where he was looking. I'm sure right underneath the hole. Not a whole lot in this. Back up the hill. If there's anything there, you can put a foot of speed on it and take it out if you want.
Could it go a little bit to the left, John?
If it dies, I think it comes off that bunker just a hair, yeah.
He needs to get something going here. Maybe Scheffler getting tied with him will spur this on.
Nailed it. And
Walked it right in.
Yeah, absolutely. Xander Schauffele right back to the top of the board at 18 under.
Well, 3 great shots. That best drive of the day there may give him the confidence for this back 9.
Let's go over to 8.
Moment ago, Harman for birdie at the 8th.
Back-to-back birdies here. Chance after a little bit of a struggle to start.
Yep, you don't forget ever about Brian Harman on a golf course like this. +1 the first 6 holes. But he's heating up tonight.
And Syed Thigala bringing Kurt Byram. Kurt, what shot is this we're watching here?
Yeah, this is his fourth shot, excuse me. Yeah, he hit it way left off the tee, had to take it unplayable, but nowhere to drop it, so he went back to the tee to hit another drive.
Kurt, that must have been way left.
It was so far left, I've never seen anybody over there.
And Kurt, this group is on the clock, is that correct?
Yeah, and this isn't going to help them. They're way behind right now because of this whole incident left.
And this is the most difficult the 9th hole's played all week as well. With this right to left wind and that hole location tucked over that bunker.
So we're playing fast, we're on the clock, we're playing all over the place. Kurt is covering some yards there. This is the original tee shot all the way to that left side.
Oh, wow, that's almost by the 5th green. Never seen anything over there.
All right, we go to 10.
Scheffler on the tee. On a roll.
Just a 3-wood, cutting it up the left center of the fairway. That'll be great to that front right bend, kids.
He looks like he's back to the #1 Scottie Scheffler I'm used to watching all year today.
And this was a part of the round last year when he stepped on the gas. He birdied 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in the final round last year, 5 in a row. And he's got 2 in a row as he heads to 10 this year. 16, the par 5, easiest hole in the course. Sam Ryder, who was heating up earlier, birdie for him. That was his 27th birdie this week, most in a single player's all-time. What a week for Sam Ryder. Back at the 8th, 243 yards. We just saw Brian Harman turn in just the 10th birdie of the day on this long par 3.
And what a beast, back into the breeze. And this is 4-iron for Xander, and he is going to have to absolutely smash this. I'm sure he's only trying to get something under that front middle part of the green, but at the hole location, but getting hammered by that wind.
And way short.
Just never was enough club, I don't think, John.
No, I don't either. I think it's not a bad place to play from, though, there. You think about trying to make 3 here and get out. That's not the worst place.
Good look from high above. It's just straight away down a chute.
And I can just go ahead and hit it, right?
And one more for Clark. This is 3-iron. He's typically been 1 club longer than Xander, so this should be plenty for him.
Looks like he's setting up to fade it from this right side of the tee, John.
Most definitely. Talked with his sports psychologist, Julie Alien. She gave him a thought earlier in the week. Picture it like you're focusing a camera when you're getting ready to hit. When the focus becomes sharp, then you go. This is way left, though. Double cross, didn't cut it all, heading towards the crowd.
Nothing but problems. Paul Meadows over there. It looks like it's in among the crowd there. There it is. And it's a clean lie.
Very lucky it didn't bounce off someone into that palmetto bush where you'd have to take an unplayable. So he can get that ball up and down from there.
2 big pulls for him in a row. The last hole in here.
Over 211.
And Ludwig Oberg has had an adventure over here on this hole, on in 2 here at the par 5, and he's got this putt for eagle, and he is going to be one of those guys who will be right at the top of the board in terms of number of eagles when this season is done.
Well, he's the future here. This guy's got all the tools, power, efficient swing, simple swing. It doesn't look like he puts any stress on his body when he hits the ball.
Eagle 2 and 16 in round 1. 3rd eagle of the week. We're back at 9. Harman on the tee.
Well, he's found something. Got his golf swing going. That great par save there on the last. Don't count him out. What's the definition of bulldog? Tenacious?
Yeah, tenacity.
He's got it all.
Up at the green, Thigala with his adventure, this for par.
This is right where we saw Scottie Scheffler putt from. Good on the distance there, but that wayward drive cost him 2 shots. That's some 50 yards left in the fairway, Mike. Incredible.
Still a chance to get out of here with a 6 as we go up again, 1 to the 10th.
Tape continued on Scottie's neck, but boy, Smiley, he's just been like he's been freed up just after the first couple holes.
He looks so much better today, Dan. Right now, Ted's gotten Scott here looking up in the trees, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, with the heat, it's like just a pretty normal one. I'm gonna get a little hurt in it from that time.
There it is, largest final round comeback on this stadium course. 5 shots. That's where Scheffler started the day. 5 back.
Yeah. I like that, yeah.
48 hole?
Correct.
Playing like low 50s?
Yeah, I think it's playing with the hold probably 54. With the full hold.
Yeah.
Well, they're expecting about 8 yards of hurt. Little in off of the right. He's got 9-iron in his hands. Need to be a couple steps left of it.
Start it right at that light tree in the background with that wind and hold it right there with his 9-iron. Should be a perfect club for Scottie.
Needs to get up a little bit on line.
Right below the hole, Smiley, in line for another one.
Smiley, you've been watching Scottie too much, telling his ball that's 8 feet short to get up a little bit.
It's fun to watch, kids.
And up at the 8th, Schauffele came up well short, but pretty straightforward of a second shot here.
It is of the two. I think this is the much easier up and down. Probably play some sort of a low spinner back into the breeze and the grain. So as soon as it hits, it's going to grab pretty quickly, I think. He's going to have to make sure he catches this one solid. Maybe get a touch extra.
Similar to the chip on 5, kids.
He plays those so well with the chase, like the one we saw on 18 last night out of the rough, with all that green to work with. I always struggle with judging how much it's going to roll out. He does an excellent job of that
tonight.
And Harman second at the par 5. Note.
No doubt in his head, came right up, pulled the 3-wood, not a lot of contemplation, and why not? He just hit a nice one right here.
That looks like a great line. That hit into the upslope and really deadened the bounce. That's perfect. I made a mistake, Mike. I said that putt in the last hole was for par. That was for a birdie. And he has that shot putt to catch Schauffele.
That's right. Has an eagle putt. Boy, that did land perfectly. Back at 8.
All right, clean lie, Woody, for Clark.
Yeah, of all the places this could have ended up, it's pretty good, but he's going to have to go up top. When this lands, it wants to go hard to the right. If it's releasing at all, it's very fast. I think it scared him a little bit.
Didn't quite hit his spot.
It's going to leave a hard putt that breaks pretty significantly left to right there over that little brow.
Talking about Clark feeling the Scheffler footsteps. It was Scheffler who just got ahead of him last week at Bay Hill. They were 1-2 at Arnie's Place to 17.
And the birdie man, 27 of them for 70 holes. Sam Ryder.
It's so hard to imagine Mike doing that here. That's a safe play. I saw Tom Lehman last night, and he said there's a little knuckle right in the middle of this green, and that's where he said he always aimed, and he had the streak for the longest rounds played without hitting a ball in the water. See how the players do that. It gets later this afternoon.
Beautiful look high above the 8th, out in the distance there, the water that runs along the 18th hole. Just a spectacular atmosphere here on this championship Sunday. Leaderboard bunched up. Final pair here at the 8th, both with par attempts, and it'll be Clark to go first. He has yet to drop a shot today, Woody.
Yeah, kids, you hit the nail on the head here. This is a hard breaker left to right, not very fast, back up the breeze. It's just back up the hill, but when it starts to turn right, it just right turns on you. You can see how glassy it looks back there.
Had this putt before, and you feel like you got to put so much speed on it to not let it do what you're talking about at the end, and then you can knock it. It's easy to knock it through the break and miss it on the left side. It's a hard putt to judge because all the breaks so late.
Clark talked about a couple putts that got away yesterday. One of them was right here at the 8th where he made a bogey.
I'm impressed with John Ellis's nerves. He does this almost every putt. I think I'd get a little shaky there.
He gets awfully close to that ball with that wedge, doesn't he?
One shot.
He's involved, to say the least.
All right, back up the hill, moving hard to his right.
What a save by Clark, who was very fortunate that didn't get into deeper trouble off the tee over on the left side over there, but no back-to-back bogeys at 8 for Clark on the weekend. Pars it, stays one back.
And at 17, here's Ryder for par. We talk about how 27 birdies and 12 under. That's his 9th bogey, but the 2 doubles and the triple bogey we saw earlier are the reason he's not even higher up on the board. Back to 8.
Schauffele to keep the lead by 1.
Pretty easy putt here. Just got to keep your speed and hit the back of the hole.
Just an incredible display of scrambling on a golf course like this. He's now 15 of 17 in that department, still #1 and still on top of the leaderboard. Just one bogey, one double. Just 2 over par holes for the entire championship. So Schauffele heads over to the par 5 ninth with that lead by 1. As we just kind of catch our breath as they head over to the par 5. Check out the leaderboard again. It was Schauffele who had the 54-hole lead by 1 over Clark, and it was world number 1 Scottie Scheffler who was 5 back. And all he's done is go out in 31 and catch him, and then watch Schauffele just eke ahead of him there with his latest birdie, and then some other scores. It is there for the taking today. You see Siwoo Kim 5 under through the first 14 holes. And he is all the way up at the 16th hole now, putting for eagle to begin this incomparable 3-hole finishing stretch on the stadium course.
Fairly easy look here for 3 on 16.
Record number of eagles at 16 and back to 9.
And Schauffele leading by 1.
Going with 3-wood again. Same club he hit here yesterday, just trying to take that run out on the right-hand side out of play.
John, this surprises me a little bit.
You know, he did this yesterday, and he knows he can still reach in 2. I think it just sets such a bigger fairway for him with this club that he's just more comfortable with it.
No, I understand that part, but he could not run out of fairway with a driver today, but he's hit that 3-wood so hard, and that one turned over and got some run out.
Yeah, I think he can definitely run through on the right. It's helping right to left, and it's only about 315 through. Clark doing the exact same thing.
See if he can take some of that left to right curve out and get the ball to draw.
Launched it way up in the air, but this is right. Needs the wind to kick it left.
No, that caught the rough, John. That's in the heavy rough.
And up at the green, Harmon with that fabulous second shot. Noda has a look for eagle and a share of the lead.
Yeah, as you said, Mike, hit that upslope, came up very nice just on the flat here. So speed very predictable, not a whole lot of break. This is a great look.
Hopped a couple of times there on the way.
That was a hard putt at the beginning where it turned left through that dry patch. A pretty routine birdie there for Harmon.
Pretty tasty top for the leaderboard there. All guys in the top 10 in the world. 10.
Scheffler to tie. He's had 10 putts through the first 9 holes.
Just a little bit uphill, moving just fractionally left to right.
It's a good look. But he'll stay 1 back at 17 under. And coming off his eagle, Siwoo Kim 8 under now on the round, has arrived at 17.
First of the 37 balls in the water this week was Siwoo on Thursday on a heater.
Mike, he has a reputation for going at every single flag stick, doesn't he?
That's a rarity to see Siwoo play away from the hole, but you see how firm that top's getting. Guys playing safely are not so safe anymore. It almost seems the ball's going at the flag are more receptive.
And this 12th hole up ahead for the contenders, and Oberg trying to post something early for those guys to take a look at. So he's got eagle birdie. 17.
And Emiliano Grillo next.
Like, I didn't think it was possible this hole could play this difficult already. 3.447 for this field today.
Emiliano's coming off a double fax. He put 2 in the water at 16. Now his day's going the complete opposite of Siwoo Kim.
Yeah, that makes you want to just shoot right at it. Oh, that's the knuckle Tom Lehman was talking about. That's a great target every single day.
Just earlier, par putt for Lashley.
Slippery one down the hill, right to left. And you see Scottie Scheffler's ball break like crazy from the other side of the hole. He probably played more break after watching that one and missed it on the high side.
And Lashley fading down the leaderboard a bit here with back-to-back bogeys, back to 12 under. He's now 6 back and back to 9.
Yeah, it's 18 fairway over in the right corner of the screen where the drama will finish in a couple of hours. This last group across the water here bottom left at the 9th, ready to play those second shots and sling it around the tree up there to the green of this par 5.
Yeah, Clark in this right rough is definitely going to have to lay this up.
Yeah, I know.
It's not the easiest layup from over here.
What do you think on 9 is? I'm on the 9 right now.
Yeah. Then see the big dark green tree right there? Yeah.
As long as I'm inside this tree here,
Yeah.
the last is good, right?
Yeah. Because you're only hopefully 160 then out of this, or? Yeah.
The difficulty here comes, he's got those 2 trees up there about 100 yards from the green on the right side. And he's got helping right to left wind, and his whole fairway slopes towards that big crescent-shaped bunker on the left. So not a whole lot of a great angle, but this is probably just a 9-iron.
The further left he hits this in the fairway, that harder the third shot becomes. Jumped out of there, John.
Yep, looks down the right side. That's a good play there.
Yeah, really good shot. I think, like John says, that is really a difficult layup. It's underrated.
And Friday, he and John Ellis talked it through to perfection because they decided to lay up, not because of being in the rough, and got to the perfect number, and he made 4. And that time he got there because of the necessity of the drive. Schauffele with a much better look.
He does 264 front edge, 273 total, trying to sling something around those trees. Actually, long here might be the best miss to this whole location. He's going right over the right edges of those trees, trying to get it to turn a little.
And on the other side to the right of that pop bunker there at the 9th.
Not the worst looking lie there. You see that's matted down a little bit. Plenty of room to chip to.
Let's jump up a couple to the 11th. Scheffler 1 back on the tee.
Opportunity here for a birdie or an eagle, and that looks like it's cut just enough to get it through that short side. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, look at that thing run out there. Things are starting to firm up here. That's the longest we've seen a ball roll here on the 11th all week long.
And this has been a birdie hole, 30 of them today. Chance to get it close at 13 if you landed in the right spot. Oberg.
A lot of the contenders that played well earlier have come up short here. Not Oberg. That's how to hit an iron.
Number 10 in the world, as he used to say, number 10 with a bullet. He is heading up the charts with his continued good play. Back to 17, and the man who won in 2017 at 10 under par. Here's a look at what that 40-footer is going to do for Siwoo Kim from this side.
Yeah, look how much downhill it is, and halfway there it's downhill, it's down green. This fools a lot of players. It starts to break left and stops breaking. That's a nice touch.
Slow that big run down for a moment for Siwoo Kim after birdie, eagle. Matsuyama there in 2 at the par 5.
Yeah, a shot you think about making here. Uphill lie. You can take a big swing here and just land it on the green. There's a plop on the green. Plopped when it landed on the green. No forward roll. Made that look easy.
It had to come out of the rough, I think.
Yeah. Definitely. You didn't see the sand splash up, did you?
And what you're loving right now is, as Clark gets set for his third.
Yeah.
And obviously to the right.
Yeah.
I mean, over the...
Yeah, see the palm trees?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wind will move it down and to the left, right?
100%. It feels maybe a touch more. It might move it a hair further left. Yeah, it will move it left.
So it's probably it's probably just that 117.
Yeah, perfect.
132 total, 123 front edge, helping breeze. You'd love to have a full shot into this just to impart full height and spin, but he's off a little bit of a downslope. He goes hard at this. This could be L wedge. If he takes a little bit off, it's probably sand wedge.
The hardest part of this green is right where that flagstick is on the high shelf.
We talked about 2 palm trees about 10 yards right of this whole location. Good looking shot here. Oh yeah.
Oh, use the spin. Well, that's been the strength of his game this week, hitting those shots in there, those short wedges.
And that looked a lot like what he did on Friday at the 9th. Really well done. Oberg for birdie at 13. I was just about to say, what you're loving right now, but the way this is playing out, you got to go get it. You've got to be aggressive, and this is such a hard course to be aggressive in certain spots. So,
yeah, and then there's holes that you know you can be more aggressive on than others. Some you just got to hold on.
Fascinating couple of hours ahead here on the back 9. 10.
Harman make the turn with 3 birdies in a row.
Been working on hitting this, what he feels like is a cover fade with his man Justin Parsons, getting the club a little more laid off so he can hit that shot. And when he's hitting that, he feels like he can really play well.
Quick club twirl from Harman, hit it right where he wanted. Back to 9.
What does Xander have here for the 3rd?
You know, it's in a pretty good spot, slightly on the upslope, pretty good lie, and he's got green to work with. So he had a pitch from over this green yesterday that was much more difficult than the shot he has now. Just when you land just onto the green, there's a downslope there. It'll run out from there.
John, I think this, you know, with this lie, it's going to come out like a knuckleball, right? There's not going to be any backspin. It's just gauging the distance you fly and then let it run the rest of the way. Get the wind helping you.
100% facts. There's no spin on this at all. Just throw it up, and you know, if it lands short, it's a severe downslope, so it'll kick it forward as long as you get it to the green. And if it lands a little farther, it's a flat spot. So got 2 ways to get this close right now.
Yeah, I kind of like to plan to go it farther, and then if you didn't hit it good enough, it'd hit that downslope and go. So yeah, this is not that difficult a shot.
One thing you don't want to do is catch a lot of ball here like he did back on 4 over the green, trying to hit that big flop.
And that led to his only bogey of the round. 3rd shot, par 5.
Got it up nice.
Boy, he has got such a good feel for this rough around the greens. It's amazing. You'd think there's a little luck, but he does it every time.
Johnny caught a nice lie. That's a big break on a shot that wasn't that far off, and that'll be an easy tap-in birdie to go to 19.
Great pair of hands, too.
Yeah, look at this. You see the back of the ball. Grain's growing with him there, and even then, see how he keeps the club face open? That helps keep the ball up.
Also liked how he kept his angle and his wrist there all the way through the ball, so he had more what we call shaft lean, so he could hit a descending blow out of that rough and keep the loft on the club, like you said.
.34, 2 under for the first 9.
Well, yesterday we showed you an elementary yearbook school picture of Xander Schauffele, who said, I want to be a professional golfer when I grow up. This picture from a few previous years to that, he's on the floor there with all the golf clubs. His dad, Stefan, got him going at an early age, growing up in the San Diego area, and he is ready to go.
Incredible. And I know no choice, Xander. You're going to be a golfer.
His dad's so instrumental in his development as a player. He still you know, keeps some eyes and ears on his son's game, but he's out on the West Coast. He's not here, but Xander's moved to Florida since then. 211.
And Scheffler's second shot, 210 to this hole.
Talking about holes to attack, Mike. 6-iron up in the air. Oh, right where Matsuyama was. Still not a hard shot, but that was right at it again. Scheffler peppering flag sticks.
Couple of guys in that same position. Now we're back up on the green for Clark, and this putt to try to stay within 1.
Fairly flat area over here. Looks like it might have a little bit of right to left. And in fact, that wind is left to right, but I don't think it's blowing hard enough to really affect putts yet.
I don't think so, and I think you see a lot of green on this grass, that overseed.
Talked about John Ellis being in there on the reads and all the conversations. Oh, we're going to need a court reporter for a full transcript of every shot between Clark and Ellis.
It's incredible. He's right there. The last birdie Wyndham Clark made was on the par 5 second.
Got it. Big one. After Schauffele pours one in, birdie right back on top by Clark, and it is right where we started. A one-shot lead for Schauffele over to Clark. Off they go to the back 9 here at the Players with a great leaderboard. We're back after this message and a word from your local NBC station.
Let's take a look at Scottie Scheffler and the way this day really started to fire for him. Beautiful shot into 4, a wedge, and it lands in the bottom of the cup for an eagle 2. This caddy starting to add up the shots as he's making things happen. 14 under at that point. On to the 5th, difficult par 4. Good drive, good second, and a good result. 3 under through his first 5 with back-to-back subpar scores. Playing for 750 FedEx Cup points. Now the birdie try at 8. This is where Scheffler really got things ramped up in the final round a season ago. Chipping in from off the edge, and you can see the fans, they love seeing that because they saw Scottie move up the leaderboard with one more score, and then a 2-putt birdie at 9. On in 2, and from the back of the green, his eagle attempt charged past the cup, but he was able to make that from the edge. 17 under, a shot off the lead, working the 10th. And that below the hole. Now that would not drop for birdie. He would settle for par. But for Scottie Scheffler, the reigning Players champion, you take a look at his wins 2023 as he was back defending his title. He was able to double up in the desert. And now holding that FedEx Cup lead. Is moved to the top after his win at Bay Hill Club and Lodge, taking the Arnold Palmer Invitational presented by MasterCard. A big victory at a signature event, picking up 700 FedEx Cup points there. He's looking for 750 here, and 24 total weeks holding that FedEx Cup lead back in the 21-22 wraparound schedule. And we project the numbers with Scheffler staying on top based on his position right now on the leaderboard. Wyndham Clark sitting second, and then Schauffele, who holds the lead right now, would move up 6 spots in the season race. Begala into the top 5. Gobert making it into the top 10 if he keeps his solid play going, and the same for Nick Taylor. The 12th now for Hideki Matsuyama. A clean card. Star from Japan. One of the major title holders on the first page, and this is a short par 4. He is watching this one closely up the right side. And it looks like it might have found that right rough. There could be a pothole bunker up there, but he seems to be in a safe spot. Now Rory McIlroy, 9 under par, and the miss here at 14. So now to see if he can move it to 10 under par. Right to left break, and Rory rolling along.
And this is the time of the year that all these big names start pointing to play their best golf, wanting to be in the mix right there at the end of the season, at the end of this week, as well as this championship season kicks in. This last group has made it to the 10th, that long walk from 9 green, and John Wood is with our leader by 1 Schauffele.
Yeah, back into the breeze, right to left. This is that hybrid of his. Starting up the center, turning over slightly. Good looking tee shot. Like that long walk from 9 to 10, sometimes you almost gives you a little feel of a timeout and kind of reset yourself. But here we go.
Let's kind of catch your breath for a minute, too, and take it all in a little bit. Scheffler just short of the par 5 and 2 in the bunker, unlike Matsuyama a group earlier. This is third.
A little uncomfortable with the foot out of the bunker. Helps you get some height. A lot of spin there.
Ball reacted almost identically to Hideki's, where one hopping backed up a bit there.
And we are back at the tee at the 10th with Clark.
And this is that driving iron that he hit on number 2 today. He hit it about 280 yards, so it's a layup, but not much of one. He can really hit this thing. Yeah, another beautiful tee shot right down the middle. Wind turning it slightly right to left.
John, the ball's cruising today. These ball speeds are way up. I don't know if it's the heat or the adrenaline, but the back nine on Sunday usually brings out the ball speed.
It's all good for us to watch. We're back at the 11th with Scheffler and Smiley Kaufman. Been down there watching this very typical day that we've seen from the world #1 over the last couple of years.
It's what we've been accustomed to see, Mike, and that was a beautiful 6-iron he hit. I thought he looked like he made it from the fairway, just caught by a little breeze. But a great shot out of the bunker off a little bit of an upslope, and it's exactly what you're supposed to do on these par 5s, make birdie.
Smiley used to wonder if he was going to make these. I just think he knows he's going to make this now.
Oh, I know. And it's inside right, which is, you know, a fairly easy read and putt for a right-handed putter.
Yeah, look, he looks like he's eager to get over these now. There's no trepidation.
Just 12 putts through 10 holes today. The man who leads the PGA Tour in par 5 scoring average. He leads in so many categories. He is #1 in the world and 1 shot off the lead.
Out to the 12th, Taylor Montgomery, 13 under. He played an iron off the tee, so his second on the shorter par 4. Montgomery, 104 yards. Looking to land this one close. That creates a little spin, pulls it away from the pin, still inside of 20 feet. And Montgomery looking for his second birdie on the back nine, looking for one of his best finishes here in this championship. And so Montgomery has climbed into the top 10. Hideki Matsuyama making sure before he sets his sights on his second shot. His playing competitor Montgomery just 1 start here, whereas Hideki is a seasoned veteran playing at the stadium course and in this championship setting. Hideki Matsuyama just stalking this shot. He's in that right rough. Fairway metal off the tee. 8 starts for Matsuyama, 3 top 10s. And the one that he wishes he had the most was when he shot a 63 to open 2020 play before they had to cancel the event. McIlroy with his second at 15. And he is watching this one. Moved it right to left, so drawing it into a back pin. If he had a little more carry on it, certainly would have worked quite nicely to the cup. But McIlroy with a well-conceived shot there. Now Hideki, his second at 12. Out of this rough, up in the air. This not going to be enough. Well, it may climb. No, it's rejected by that slope. So that'll leave a longer birdie play.
Once again, the whole location perched up there in the front portion of the green at the par 4 10th. And Xander talking things over with his guy, Austin Kaiser.
I mean, you're going to hold against it, right?
Yeah, I have to.
Yeah.
I'm feeling more hurt right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're still getting 54, right? So if it's like that, I mean, how could it get like that? All right. I like that. Ball's going far right now. Trust that one.
Longtime friends. They were teammates on the San Diego State College golf team. It's been a great partnership.
154, you hear him. You're going to try and hold this 9-iron against that right to left into breeze. Starting at the flag. Good looking shot. Good line. May need to get down.
You heard Austin tell him the ball's going far now to trust it, and it is going far. He flew that one 8 or 10 paces past the hole there.
Well, the teeing ground at the 12th was back the first couple of days, so not many getting there successfully. Been a totally different story. Yesterday, they moved the tee box up, 65 attempts, 10 successful. There were a lot more players that got around the green, so it's been a much more entertaining par 4 12 today. Scottie Scheffler, one of those who went for it yesterday, hit it in the water yesterday. So did Wyndham Clark, by the way. Clark was able to save a par here yesterday, so it's just amped up the excitement here. This redesign a few years back, and now it's go time again. Smiley.
Yesterday he hit 3-wood in the water. Today pulling a driver, 283 cover, no problem. Cut it up against this right to left wind. That's what he's trying to do. A little right side of the green, needs a bounce.
It gets it.
It's perfect. It's going to feed left here, be hole high by the end of it.
One of the best we've seen all day.
What can't this guy do? It's
when healthy. I mean, it's pretty remarkable to think how bad he was feeling. He came close to walking off the golf course the other day because the pain in his neck was so bad.
He's already at 18, one back of Schauffele at 19. He's got to get 3 to 4 more, I think, Smiley and Dan here to have a chance to do this, and eagle there will go a long way.
The way he's playing, he might do it. He's chasing more history today, trying to become the first ever to win back-to-back, and then trying to have tie the biggest comeback on this course on the final round. Clark back at 10.
Another pool, it appears.
And that is really deep. Oh, back up. Sitting up okay.
He may be able to get some relief off that sprinkler head. It was right there beside it as well.
Up at 14. Ober on the difficult 14th.
Second hardest hole of the week here at 14.
And again, yep, second toughest today, Kiz. Good shot by Ober. Should stay at 14 under. Siwoo Kim for birdie just short of the green at 18.
And straight to the hardest hole of the week here.
And it drifted just by as Kim working on an 8 under round as he comes to the last here. Could tie the best round of the championship and the low round of the day. Grayson Murray shot a 64 in addition to Harmon's 64 yesterday. So Clark looking over this third at 10, would he?
Yeah, I think he's trying to figure out if he wants to take relief right now. I think if he does, there's a chance his nearest point is going to be in the thick rough, but he might have found a spot that he can go to. Listen in.
I have to go way over here. Let's go back. Yeah, you could go back this way. No, they'd say. Oh, yeah. The nearest point's going to be like right there. Like, so just be back.
Let's bring in Mark Dusbavic to get his thoughts here.
So, Dan, the nearest point of relief isn't always the nicest point of relief. So he's going to find his nearest point of relief, measure 1 club length. He can measure across the obstruction. So I think he's just looking for his best angle that he wants, and then he has to drop it within that half club or that 1 club length area.
Xander over here very involved.
Xander putting that club there perpendicular straight at the hole to see and make sure that grip part where he's moved it is not any closer to the hole. Determined it was not.
Yeah. I don't think I can get in this. No, you can't.
So you hear him, he's definitely going to have to drop it in the rough. He couldn't quite get to the first cut because of the angle.
Getting the thicker, or I was going to say. I'm just saying, I've just shot easier right here. Yeah, it was fine.
Kind of
almost looking for any piece of down grain rough or anything that would be a little advantage here.
Yeah, you never know where those little drops can carry him to. All of a sudden, you're in a tough spot, but it looks okay, Woody.
Yeah, I'd say it's okay. It's probably, I think it's definitely better than what he had up against the collar of that thick rough. So those are unpredictable. I think at least now he has an idea what this should do coming out of there. But coming out of that low area, you got to hit it hard enough to get it out about 10 more feet than where he's standing right there, and make sure you don't catch too much ball and have it come out hot, little mini flyer. Looks like he might be taking it low and bouncing it into that hill actually by these practice swings.
Really good.
Pretty well judged there.
Yeah, I'll echo John Ellis. Really, really good.
Fantastic with that lie, the grass growing everywhere. He kind of chopped on it.
Yeah, Clark has yet to drop a shot in this final round. Back at 11.
And Harman here at the par 5 Nota.
Really responded after that bogey at the 6, kind of woke him up. 3 birdies in a row and a nice save at the 10th, and now he's right in the driver's seat here, fellas. 235 to the holing, 230 to the front. Not a shot that you can really bail on. You got to rise up and hit one here.
Note of this uphill lie's got to help him to get it up in the air for this whole location in the front.
Yeah, any little lift he can get to get it to come down soft is certainly a bonus, but more direction is important here.
Front bunker's not in a bad spot, and that's a high looking draw.
And it's trying to turn away from the bunker you just talked about. Does a great job of squeezing it in there. Now will hold.
Yep. It's going to stay on the green. A putt for eagle for Harman.
Really nowhere better to land that golf ball. Landed perfectly on the yardage.
It's just rolling off the green.
Yeah, the direction was perfect on that.
He'll be able to putt that for sure. He's found something to swing at the later part of the first 9.
10. Here's Schauffele.
Difficult putt to get the speed correct, going down from down below, up and over and back down again.
Other than that, pretty straightforward. It's hard to really give the viewers a sense because on this golf course, all the nuances of these greens.
We're over at 17 now, and Austin Eckroat on the tee. This is playing the most difficult hole today, and then it's followed by 18, the hole that is the most difficult all week. Just give you a sense of that right hole location, the breeze flapping, and the pressure on what is ahead for these players.
Well, he was spectacular with his irons and his win just a couple of weeks ago down in Palm Beach Gardens at the Cognizant. 4 under is a lot less care right now than you'd want to have later in the day. See if you can get this at the flagstick.
Like the line here. Just enough, and it kicked off to the left.
We've seen a lot of different bounces from right there. Some have gone backwards, some go into the bunker. Now that awkward putt up and then down and over. Watch it. Yeah, just landed on the fringe.
It just lands a pace more to the right and above that collar there. That ball starts to feed.
Yeah, we haven't seen many balls going right at the flagstick on 17 yet.
Not yet, not yet. Back to 10.
Clark and Ellis going through their thing, taking a long time for this par-saving putt.
Yeah, he kind of puts that shaft right over the line on the ball and makes sure it's exactly where he's looking at.
Never looked like he had it set up high enough for that right to left break there.
So disappointing bogey for Clark after the drop and talking it down with Ellis and getting it up there within doable range, and so he falls back. Another one, 2 back now of Schauffele.
Dan, is there too much discussion? You know, are they taking too long?
What do you guys think?
I think so. I mean, when you get into this situation, slow players slow down, fast players speed up, and he certainly has slowed it down.
All right, so this to keep the 2-shot lead over Clark and by 1 over Scheffler.
To your point, Fax, I think Wyndham would benefit from starting to hit some greens, have some 15, 18-foot looks instead of 4-footers for par like he has on 8 and 10, and made that 15-footer on 8 for par, but it hasn't been easy for him the last hour.
Yeah, get out of situations where he doesn't demand a discussion. Try to get in a groove. 13.
And here's Matsuyama. Pitched it to here after the tee shot went long.
Can't afford a bogey here. Mike has to make this.
No bogeys all day. And it stays that way. That's a big one for Matsuyama. Just trying to hang around and maybe get hot down the stretch.
And it's a real birdie opportunity with a good iron here on 13.
12.
Scheffler's had a long wait, Smiley, over here at the 12th.
And Nate Lashley drove it in the penalty area left on this hole, and it took quite some time for them to figure out where the ball crossed, and they finally made the decision. Nate Lashley ended up hitting it up onto the green about 25 feet away, and I actually had to walk up there to see who was away, and it's going to be Nate Lashley first, which I think is a huge benefit for Scottie because this putt can be so fast.
Yep, so that'll give him a good indication as he awaits his eagle try. Lashley's kind of fallen off the pace while Scheffler's continued to surge. Had it going early, Lashley did, but since then, +1 golf since back-to-back birdies at 2 and 3. So Lashley up at the 12th, and Harman looking around his eagle putt at the 11th. And that would tie him for the lead with Schauffele. Lashley ready to go up at the 12th.
Scottie's going to be a spectator on the speed watching it come down this hill. It's a pretty quick putt going down to that hole in the bottom.
And there's a good indication of it right there as Smiley described it. So now Harman stepping in for the eagle try at 11.
It's a 34-footer, Dan, from just off the front there as it rolled across.
You can see the distinct difference in the grain there. This is from the fringe uphill. You see the dark grass that's growing towards him. Then it goes back down the hill and picks up speed. Aiming out to the left a little bit.
Back there, so that'll be 4 birdies the last 5 holes for Harman. Almost every group the last 2 hours has had at least 1 birdie. We go up to the 12th.
And it's been a while, but Scheffler for the solo lead.
Should just go slightly to his left.
And it runs out. He saw it with Lashley. It's an aggressive move at it, but now he's got one coming back of a significant length for birdie to 11.
And the par 5, Schauffele on the tee.
It was a hard swing right there by Schauffele. You see that left foot just pushing away. Gives him some real power. Got that on the good side of the fairway. A little uphill lie, too.
The second shot that he had the mistake when he made the double bogey here on Friday. Now Clark. All of a sudden 2 back and in 4th.
He drove in the left rough yesterday. Another big slice.
All right. Seems to be a little off, pulling the iron shots and over curving the driver.
And they're in the pine straw.
You can see it there. He's got a swing. Probably won't be able to get to the green.
Lashley for bogey. Both of them ran it by. Lashley in trouble on this hole. And he continues to fall down the leaderboard. And Scheffler can take another step up with a birdie. There's the bogeys. 3 in the last 4 holes for Lashley.
I don't mind Scottie's being aggressive with that eagle putt. You know, he's on a heater. He's probably wasn't totally expecting to be in this position this early, and he's feeling good. And you can almost use this as a confidence boost. Like, I was aggressive with my eagle putt. If I knock this 4 or 5 footer in for birdie, you know, I know I've got it going on.
And you know, at API when he won last week, it was the best putting round he's had in a final round, strokes gained, and he's doing that again today. He's got the confidence with the putter when the pressure's on.
I love this routine. No line on the ball, looking and reacting.
He has really turned the narrative around in the putting department. He's 10 under in the last 15 holes. And Scheffler has tied Schauffele at the top again. Harman is surging. 50th Players Championship heading down the back nine.
Here's Matt Neesmith, and he's coming out of the pine straw to the right of 18. And it's all about this angle and good, clean contact. On the dogleg left, Lake protecting that left side of this green. 184 yards, and this immediately starts moving right to left. There's the danger. Will the rough hold it? Yes, it does. Right up against the bulkhead. And the red line. Fortuitous result there for sure. Also out of the Pine Needles, Rory McIlroy, 2019 champion, trying to wheel that up the left side, and perhaps a little too much as it does find its way in the rough. That's going to be an odd stance for Rory coming up.
Maybe a special Sunday. What Scottie Scheffler is doing, 7 under par through 12 holes, getting in that neighborhood of starting to think about the lowest final round by a winner of the Players. Freddie Couples and Davis Love both shot 64. Here is the stair step, 5 back to start. And Schauffele's not playing poorly either, as he's kind of moved his way up the leaderboard, being a couple under par in this round. But Scheffler, headlined by that hole-out eagle for 2 at the 4th. And now as this crowd starts to gather, they're watching the big boards around. They see that the #1 player in the world is playing like it right now and is on top of the leaderboard. And now we come to the 13th at par 3, where if you can just get the distance just right, it'll feed down there to the hole. And Scottie Scheffler walking up there to the tee.
I think there's a full 9. Yeah.
Sure looks pretty quiet in this corner over here.
You know, a little bit shifty. This is feels straight across right now. It's the full one's perfect. Probably gets you just past it with a little bit of help. Yeah.
Come down left edge tower.
Perfect. Yeah.
153 today. Scottie Scheffler has a 9-iron in his hand. Wind is off of his left. It's bouncing back and forth between hurting and helping. Right now, I feel just left to right.
It's an obvious play here, right over that pot bunker. Get it on that slope and let the slope bring it down to the hole.
He's cutting it just right of it.
Just right of the hole.
Scottie Scheffler has it locked in. That for 8 under on his round.
Well, he looks so comfortable in his position. If the pin's on the left, he has no fear of that ball hooking.
I told him earlier this morning, I said it was fun to actually watch you hit some bad shots yesterday. Doesn't look like he's back on his game today.
Because the antidote for a sore neck must be a hole out for an eagle on 4. He's felt pretty good since then.
Clark in the pine straw here. Woody at the 11th.
Yeah, but a great lie and nothing in between him and the hole. So yeah, he's got 4-iron here, 235 front, 239 total. The issue is hard left to right wind, and when you don't have complete control over your ball, that's a little scary with water right. Love to just get something way up into that bunker. This is cutting at the left side bunker. It's well short.
He was asking him for a go. He didn't make good contact right away, and that ball is in between like a little rake mark. That's going to be hard to stop it to that front hole location.
This is what Schauffele has done. Remember, in round 2, the double bogey we talked about, as was in the water with the second shot. But you see the drive today was down the left side and terrific.
His best drive of the day, without a doubt. 199 front, 203 total. Just a 6-iron ball above his feet, which will help him hold it against that left to right breeze.
John, I sometimes think an error like he made an 11 can help him to say, look, I can't lose my focus for 1 second at this course.
I think that's a great point. I think this is a pretty good number. He can probably feel pretty attacking here and try and land something on the green, like get a little just past it.
A lot of players have come just short here when they've gone to 6 irons. See that flag stick in the background, a little left to right, way up.
Way up in the air. He likes it.
That 2 in the bunker.
And that one plugged. Oh, that's a big mistake.
It's like it just came out of the plug, but still sitting way down. It's not going to be easy to spin that one at all. You can see that rut right behind it.
From that angle, it's going to be really hard to get that ball stopped close to the flagstick.
Meantime, up at the 15th, Ludwig Oberg drove it into the trees on the right, his second to here. This is third.
And Mike, this is the most difficult hole location to get back to. Well, unless you're Oberg, jeez.
And he went on to save his par. He's 14 under, still making some good shots. Let's return to the 17th. Sam Burns, a big round yesterday.
Well, he's trying gap wedge. We've seen a lot of pitching wedges here. That's a hard gap wedge. Look at those two. Those are skids, like ground ball through the hole at second.
That is ball number 10 in the water. Only 2 birdies at 17 today. 16.
Meanwhile, Rory has made his way over to the 16th. Awkward stance here. Ball below his feet. This was his third.
Just get over that and release down to the hole.
That's impressive.
Really good shot.
Kind of typical of Rory's week, right, Fax?
Yeah, he drove it left in the pine straw, then hit it over there again. He's made so many birdies.
He's 1 under on his round. He shot that 65 on Thursday with 10 birdies and 2 balls in the water.
Come on, coach.
Oh, Rory, aim farther left.
So easy and afterwards, isn't it?
I think that was for his 27th birdie. That might have tied Ryder.
That'll be the putting thought for the week, Fax. Aim further left. Okay. Thigala's at the short par 4 for Eagle. He drove it on. Nice approach putt.
More respectful of that speed than Scottie was.
Yep. So should be a birdie for Thigala. He's going to go ahead and finish out. And he moves up to 14 under. And we go to 14. Tough hole. Matsuyama's done the first part of it. 164 left.
This whole location sits on a big right to left slope with a false front. You got to cover right to it. That's going to be a fast putt down the hill, but a good shot.
Back at 11.
Yeah, we got a long bunker shot here.
Yeah, this is no fun. Just probably 45 yards and no green to work with. You got to take a risk here, kids, don't you? Get this close.
I'm not sure we can get this one super close. I'd take it 10 or 15 feet past the hole for sure.
It's not a shot players practice a lot either.
Boy, distance looks great.
Wow.
Got it to stop out of that lie. He's had a lot of scrambling shots today. That might be the best.
And maybe this will get him going here a little bit. Like you were saying,
you got to swing so hard from this distance. You know you're going to get a bunch of sand. He kind of dips down through those, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's how he uses the ground, like I was showing earlier, getting that flex in his legs and digging in so he can just rip that torso and club through there.
You don't want to do that one again. After that errant drive and not his best second, he's going to walk away here with a birdie 4 if he makes that.
Schauffele is closer. Let's check the degree of difficulty with this one.
Yeah, not the best lie. He's got a couple things in his favor, though. It's right back into the wind, and he's got a good 4 yards of fairway cut, which is going to act almost like green. If that was rough all the way to the green, much more difficult shot, but he can land this short of that if he wants to.
He wasn't looking like he was going to try and fly it all the way towards the flag. Like you said, John, maybe he can land it in that fairway cut, just let it run.
I think that's the play. If it was a better lie, maybe landed a little farther, but it's just not sitting great.
And his rehearsal's a steep shot, a steep swing here. Too good.
Came out slow.
Yeah, he got under it. That was a nice looking swing through it.
Okay, so let's jump ahead to the 13th. This is inside of 5 feet for Scottie Scheffler for the outright lead. Oh, it's his first miss inside of 5 feet all week.
Yeah, that's a look of misread, not mishit.
Yep.
Definitely. Looking back at Teddy, like, I can't believe how much that broke. It barely caught the left edge.
It was one of the best tee shots there all day. Cannot convert to 12.
Been a 10-minute wait for Brian Harman. Finally.
Perfect time to hit that fade he's working on, but this one doesn't look like it's fading enough. Didn't cover the bunker, and that looks like an awkward lie there.
And that's when 12 gets tricky. Up at 14, Matsuyama almost hole high for birdie.
It should be very, very quick coming down the hill. It looks like picking up speed right there.
Right into the bottom of the cup. Matsuyama working on a 5-under round, moves it to 15 under. He hits to 15. We go back to 11.
Remember his great Sunday back nine as he had his victory in a signature event earlier this season, the Genesis out at Riviera. So don't count him out just yet as we're back at the green here at the par 5. Schauffele putting to grab that lead again.
All right to left here, Fax. Not a whole lot of speed in it.
Yeah, even though he didn't get it on the green, this is still a putt that he can think of making. Yeah, that's disappointing after that tee shot with only 200 yards left in here, and he hit a poor iron. He pushed it out to the right and just gave him an awkward angle into that hole location.
And back to 13, Smiley and Scheffler, the comebacker here for par.
And that first putt he had, guys, if you just started on the right edge and hit it soft, is exactly what he did. It's just hard to play a 3-footer outside the hole.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the first error really we've seen from Scheffler in this round, and it was just such a good iron shot. Misread there.
He heads off to 14. We're back at 11. Clark to gain 1 on the leaders. Pine straw, bunker, birdie. And a beautiful long bunker shot. Maybe that'll get Wyndham Clark jazzed up for the last 7 holes.
Well, Mike, after those 2 tee shots by this final group, you didn't think Wyndham Clark would be the one walking away with the birdie.
12.
This was earlier. McNeely with Harman off the tee at 12.
Use the slope, should feed on the green here.
He had a wild back nine, to say the least, yesterday. He's aboard off the tee, and a big tee shot always is at the 14th. Second toughest hole, only 18 tougher today.
Should go for his power fade here to finish it right on that green side bunker on the right hand side, you see.
It's that perfect cut right down the right side as well.
He's just on that autopilot mode that we've seen.
I don't think he nailed that one. He let go with one hand. Must have hit that off center.
In the fairway though, and tied for the lead.
The island green, the target for Rory McIlroy. Gap wedge, she's taking on the right side. Wanting it to fall down that shelf. And it is stuck up above. He was hoping just an extra little bit of side spin would have sent it right down, trailing towards that pin. Instead, he'll have a quick putt coming up. Now this lie in the bunker. Harman just trying to get a feel for where he thinks it will exit the sand, where he'd like to land it on the green. This might be a skipper up and onto the surface. I wanted to catch this cleanly. Leading edge will be the heel of the club. Sounded good. Brian Harman with his second here at the par 4 12th, giving himself a chance to pick up birdie. If Harman can make that, he would join those other 2 at the top. He is right now joint 3rd on the leaderboard. Scheffler missing that birdie play. So he is sitting Right now, just a shot off the lead with a chance to make one at 12 and make it a three-way tie at the top.
And McNeely, who arrived on the surface off the tee. Time to check in on Morgan Stanley's Eagles for impact, as McNeely's got an eagle look here, and it has been a record-setting number of them. This was earlier in the day. Scheffler really jump-starting his final round after 3 straight pars. Boom! And in that friendly bet that they have with each other, his caddy Ted Scott says that's number 6 on the year. Siwoo Kim adding to the record number of eagles at the par 5, 16th. Champion from 2017. Firing a 64 today, helped by that eagle. And so here is the latest tally: 58 eagles plus the $50,000, reaching 50. And you've got a grand total of $340,000 for the first tee. Morgan Stanley donating that additional 50 grand. And so McNeely trying to add to the total and trying to get back in this one.
Yeah, scrappy day for him. Not a lot has gone his way, but this could really turn it around.
He's got all pars to this point, but it looks like he's going to make a birdie to get to 14 under. And Clark, who hit it in the water here yesterday, looks like he's laying up.
He is. I think it's just a result of not having control of his tee shot right now, and he's just rocketed that 2-iron up the right side.
Johnny said in his post round that he didn't want to hit 3-wood there yesterday either, and pulled it in the water. He thought it was a layup hole all week, and he's sticking to his game plan here on Sunday.
Yep, he said his caddy John Ellis was really pushing for him to go for it yesterday on this hole, and he said, I kind of like laying up. He just felt more comfortable, and he went with his gut feeling coming down the stretch here. Now Harman to tie for the lead.
Just outside of 8 feet, coming down the hill. He'll sit in there, he'll get it lined up, kids, and then he'll step back out and sort of reset himself, get his gauge of speed, and then kind of try and lock back into that line that he's seen.
Yeah, he gets back behind it, noted to see that ball, the whole track of the line from the ball all the way to the hole, and see it going in the hole. Gets over it, takes a few looks, and knocks it in the hole.
Well, it takes a lot of looks, but
a little too high there, I believe.
Oh, just caught an edge, just an eyelash.
A good stroke there, just didn't take that turn.
To 17.
And McIlroy trying to make his 27th birdie of the week.
Unlucky on that tee shot, not getting to go down the slope. He's got his attention.
Just works to the right there.
Good pace down the hill. He's had an extraordinary week here. Birdies, bogeys, double bogeys, balls in the water.
2 birdies out of 58 players. They are hard to come by over there. Back to 12.
Maverick McNeely tapping in for his birdie. He had a hole out birdie at 14 yesterday. He had a hole out at 15. He said if short game was a part of the Olympics yesterday, I would have had the Olympic gold. It was that kind of crazy back nine. He's been a little bit more under control today, but his first birdie of the day coming at the 12th. Scheffler second at 14.
Trying to cut something to this right hole location. Online. Bit of a miscue there.
Not what we're accustomed to seeing from him from 165. The ball's going to feed back off into a collection area hard up and down.
Over at the 12. Xander with driver going for it. Birdied it all 3 days.
Coming off his best driver swing of the day on the last hole. This is on an aggressive line. Needs a straight kick.
He gets it. Yeah, that is roasted. And that's going to go just on the edge of the deep rough. So maybe a little bit of an awkward play with his second. Schauffele trailing world number 1 Scottie Scheffler. Tied at the moment, I should say, at 19 under, the 50th players.
Sam Burns, after finding the water just over the back of the island green, he's now playing his second into the 18th, 176 yards. That one can use that backstop to slow down. Ultimately doubled 17, had to accept a 5. His second double on the back 9 for Burns. Now the short putt, Bezuidenhout, to move to 11 under. And he's in, and Christian continuing to advance as he's trying to make his way into the top 10.
Always determine the winner of this championship, and Scottie Scheffler wanting to become the first to win it back-to-back. Came up short here at the 14th, Smiley.
Yeah, it was a yard away from having a 15-footer. Now it's resting pretty cleanly on a down grain patch. It should be very easy for him to control.
He's so good at these kids.
This action makes it look so simple. Looks like he hits small little cuts like he does with his driver and keeps the loft wide open.
So Scheffler will stay at 19 under. Up at 16, Oberg for birdie. Good round going for him.
Up and over here.
Oh, hits the mark. Almost appeared to maybe help him.
That's the one you say, I don't even need you to move it. I don't think I can hit it.
Looking over at Christian Bezuidenhout, his playing competitor. Well, while we're here at 16, time for another Stadium Staff presented by Comcast Business, where we focus in on how past champions have performed on this 16th hole in the final round. It's been the easiest all week. And since 1983, past champs in the final round have made birdie or better nearly half of the time on 16. And no past champion, though, has made worse than par on 16 in the final round at the Players. And that really is the beauty of these finishing holes. You can go for it, you can pay off big, but there's water surrounding 16, 17, of course. Just an unparalleled trio of finishing holes. Clark walked all the way up there at the 12th as he chose to lay up here at this short par 4.
Yeah, Dan, and honestly, I think he's probably got an easier shot than Xander does. I mean, it's a very predictable 65 yards. Nothing really in his way. Xander's in a horrible break right up against that rough cut on a severe downslope.
From the right, he kind of fast, just like pin high right, but I didn't see any shots.
All landing on downslope, and it's downwind, but I think he's far enough back where he'll still be able to put a little check on this.
Love how much he's asking his caddy, John Ellis, about shots he saw. He obviously had him watch the early coverage to see how balls were reacting on these holes, so he was more prepared for top shots like this.
Go.
Okay, we'll see if the strategy ultimately plays off for Clark, who wanted to lay up after finding the water here yesterday at 15.
And Matsuyama take a lot of momentum to these final 3 holes.
Well, he needs to do something big here. This would be a great start.
Nope.
He walked early, always left. Yeah, with 16 and 17 and 18, I don't think 15 under.
Nope.
Got any kind of chance.
So I needed one there and make something magical happen at the 16th. We're back at 12.
Clark walking up for his upcoming birdie attempt, and Xander, who drove it through the green. Woody, what kind of lies is back here?
Yeah, this is never a shot you've never practiced it, I promise you. This is all imagination and feel. It's right up against that rough cut. He's got to get really steep on that severe downslope. I think he may even try and land something short and scoot it through. We'll see.
Somewhat similar to a shot he had on 9 over the green yesterday, isn't it, Woody?
It is. The only difference here is it's on a downslope once to get onto the green, so very fast.
You called it, Woody. Hit the fringe.
I'm telling you what. I I cannot tell you that kind of touch, how good that touch is.
That's what he's been doing all week. He's just been Mr. Up and Down King. That's the longest tee shot on 12 the entire day, and it looks like Schauffele's going to maybe turn it into a birdie. A little left for him, but both he and Clark have birdies upcoming at 12. In the meantime, we head to 13.
And Brian Harman one back on the tee.
Yeah, taking this 8-iron. Sorry there, Mike. Trying to play it off that slope. Oh, takes a direct line. Nice shot.
No problem, Noda. He has hit 2 beauties, made birdie here the last 2 days. Got to look at another one here. 17, Ludwig Oberg on the tee.
It's hard to explain how tiny this location is on the right. If you think about the tiniest apartment in New York City, just 600 square feet, and you got to hit it over there with a wind blowing from the right. Nobody going over there, Mike.
Surrounded by water, under the pressure. Scheffler, 15T.
Should be a very comfortable tee shot for Scottie Scheffler here. See that ball start straight down the middle and get so much more roll than we saw earlier in the week.
Way down there. That's 310, 320 neighborhood where you hit that one down there. Big drive. Back to 12.
Couple of birdie putts. It'll be Clark to go first.
Very much downhill, maybe a little tweak to the left, but this green sometimes feels like there's more break to the water than there is.
Called it, Woody. Harman missed it on a similar line on the right side, and so did Wyndham.
You go back and question not going at this green. Certainly could have got very close with his 3-wood.
On the easiest par 4 again today, Clark settles for a par. His strategy.
Yeah, Danny hit it in the water yesterday, and then he questioned after he did that with his caddy, and I don't know. I think that play is get it up there closer.
Yep, it was his call, obviously, and that was his feel. So now Schauffele, who went for it, just trying to finish off an impeccable up and down.
If he gets this one up and down, it makes you forget about the par on 11 real quickly. This is straight up the hill, maybe a dimpled right to left, the exact putt you want.
Schauffele, the first to 20 under.
That was pure. He had that line on his putter exactly lined up with his line on his ball.
Kiz, you saw a big deep breath before he went in there, that routine. It's getting that time, isn't it?
He's had so many close calls in major championships. Really considered the best player of these times without a major, trying to put away the Players Championship.
Over 13, we've got Harman, who's got a birdie look. Maverick McNeely off the birdie at 12. What kind of look is this, Noda?
Yeah, it's a long look. I mean, multiple breaks in this, going to work downhill at the very end. Tough putt to get close.
Well, that's a beautiful touch. Noda, we talked about earlier in the week how this green has the most 3 putts of any of the holes here at Sawgrass, and that is one of the pin placements that creates it when the players leave it out to the right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything can happen.
You get in the wrong section of one of these greens, and then putting where the hole is cut can sometimes cause some tremendous problems for the players, as you've seen in that stat.
And now Harman's trying to jump within 1 or stay within 1, really, as Schauffele, after he just made his birdie. It was a 13-footer, 7.5 feet. The last 2 days for birdie is about the same neighborhood as yesterday, around 12 or 13 feet.
Yeah, and Brad, I don't know where you sit on this, Kiz, as well, but Harman was over on the front part of the green and heard the roar over at 12, and then immediately looked up at the leaderboard to kind of see where things are at. And I really love that about this guy. He just wants to know exactly where he's at, not afraid of the moment.
You know, Noda, he knows these next 2 holes, both 14 and 15, the difficult par 4s are unlikely to yield to birdie, and that this is a real big opportunity.
This guy's wanted the ball in his hand ever since I've known him, so it doesn't shock me he's checking those leaderboards.
I totally get that sense, and I've had a couple teammates like that as well. Oh, probably his worst stroke of the day, but a lot of golf to play.
We'll stay at 18 under. We go to 17. Oberg for birdie. As we said, only 2 all day.
Doesn't look like it's got the speed, does it? That went left to right big time.
It gives you a sense of why. Guys are trying to play to the middle of the green, and it's the speed plus the little movement around the hole.
Yeah, the shorter your shot is in this green, the more that putt down the hill breaks to the right.
And back at 13, like Noda, another guy who played his college golf at Stanford, Maverick McNeely.
Yeah, except he graduated with a degree in mechanical engineering, I think, which is about 10 times harder than the econ degree I got. And certainly has hung in there today.
It's a big few holes for him too, Noda, as we mentioned. After the shoulder injury, the extension to continue his playing privileges, now a chance to get a good finish in a big event for points and money and all the stuff that's down the road as you go through a season. Not a lot of magic, but not a lot of big numbers as well. We are back. Smiley, there was a beautiful drive by Scottie at 15.
Yeah, Nate Lashley's already on the green, and Scottie Scheffler quickly, when he got up here, grabbed his wedge. He likes his club in his hand. From 152, if you go right at it, that collection area right comes into play. I would be a step left of it.
It's a good line.
Right at it and stops with a good spot to take a look to Max Schauffele at 20 under. Scheffler keeping the pressure on. Schauffele back on the tee at 13, the par 3. Try to sweep one in here.
153 back into the left-right breeze. This is wedge. He's going to have to hit this hard.
Ball's back in the stance a little bit. He's going to have to turn it too. He did.
See if he catches that slope. Going to be close.
A little more. No. It's way back there.
Oh, that's a tough putt. There's a lot of slope there. That's the steepest part of that green. Oh, that's a big wedge.
And now Clark 2 back.
Well, they both noticed the ball going far. Maybe they didn't notice that wind, like John said, coming back at them just a little bit. It's a little corner here. It's kind of a nook.
Yeah, you got to have that wind dialed in before you get back here, because it just circles back here. I think he was just trying to sweep that a little bit more, and it just stayed very straight.
Clark has been on the left side of these par 3s almost every time to try to draw it.
That's further right.
That's way right. Both these players not attempting to challenge the flagstick over the water.
And some work to do on the greens. And you talk about being 2 back after leading 1 point yesterday by 5, and a little bit of the frustration building here for the U.S. Open champ.
And that's a little bit of a hold after how many pulls has he hit today too?
14.
Critical tee shot for Harmon. Birdied it yesterday when he was really heating up on this stretch of the course.
Start down the left edge. It is trying to hold on. It's going to depend on the bounce here, guys.
It's okay. On that left side, water left of that sand you see there. Up to the green, Fitzpatrick has this for birdie.
He hit a 342-yard drive, then just a little wedge to here.
Walked right out of it.
Yeah, the wind really came out of his sails earlier today. Couldn't get it going.
Yeah, after he birdied the first 2 holes, it looked like Fitzpatrick was going to make his own Scheffler kind of run. Well, McIlroy hit his tee shot on the water again at 18, finishing up here for par.
Straight down the fall line here.
Oh. He had 5 balls in the water this week. That's the most in a Players Championship for him, and it's tied for the most of anyone this week. Can't do it. There was that 10 birdie 65 Thursday round that started things off. Looks so promising for McIlroy.
No, Schauffele's got some work to do on the green back at 13. Scottie Scheffler is prowling here, getting every look smiley at this putt for birdie to join him on 20 under.
Besides the misread at 13, he's been so good with the flat stick today, Mike. And Brad, I took a peek at this putt. It's got a little left to right in it. And at the end, it just looks like it wants to straighten up. But one thing about Scottie I've noticed today, his speed has been the thing of why he's made so many putts.
This is a distance he's felt very comfortable to with Smiley. "11 feet. 12. See, maybe just left, maybe right at that coin.
Looked like he fanned it just a hair.
Yeah. Boy, right out of the gate.
It's the same putt I saw him hit on 10 with almost the same read, left to right, cup out or so, and it looked like it started just like a little late on the release there.
Face has to be just a hair open when he hits it.
So he's going to have that for par. Meantime, we'll come back to 13, that most often putted, 3-putted green here at the Players. Just 2 3-putts today. And a couple guys who have not had a 3-putt all week. Some work to do here with this second shot at the par 3.
Yeah, both up on this upper tier. Xander will be a very interested onlooker, even though he's not on the same line. They'll both be trying to get the ball to the same spot on that hill. They're trying to find straight. Where do I go on this hill for it to be straight downhill from there? So Xander will watch where Clark's ball is dying, even if it's a different line, see, and try and get his putt right to the same spot and just straight downhill from there.
John, the best putters in the world know what finding straight means. If you can find straight, whether it's up or down the fall line, then you can get really good at reading greens. Finding straight is a skill that you need to be excellent at.
And you almost play this like a 20-foot putt and pick out don't even look at the hole, pick out a different discoloration or something and play that as the hole and think, I'm putting right to that.
Yeah, you have to know, like in your third eye, your mind's eye, where the hole is without even looking at it. You have to attach to the target.
Xander and Austin moving right in behind that.
Picking up speed there. Pretty darn good there. I enjoyed those. I thought those were always fun to putt on.
You're the one.
Of course you did, Fat.
Exactly. 16.
Not everybody has the joyride that you had with the putter. Matsuyama trying to take advantage of 16.
It's a hard wedge shot if you have to lay up because the pin looks way in the back near the water. You got to fly it all the way back there. It's hard to make yourself get it all the way to the hole high.
Oh, yeah.
The water's just lurking right behind it.
Little push and one hop, it's in the water.
And you know that ball is going to spin when it lands.
And back at 13, I love what Woody was talking about, because watching the end of that putt really gives Schauffele a great idea of the speed of how it's going to run out here at the business end.
There's no doubt about it, especially as that ball slows down. What's it doing there? You see the animation and how much break he has there, how much downhill it is.
And I guarantee you, he was watching where Clark's ball was about to die on that hill and saw, okay, that ball finished 1.5 feet right. I want this ball to be dying 1.5 feet to the left of where Clark's was, and it was just beeline to the hole from there.
Yeah, see his eyes tracing back and forth right there. And he walked about 4 paces up from his ball to that area where that straight is. Look, his back is to the hole.
I think if he gets it almost hole high on this angle, it'll feed right to the hole. It doesn't break a ton left. So you guys overplay that a lot. This isn't going to break enough back left to get back to the hole.
Look at it there, almost a huge ellipse like that, like a sliver moon.
We'll get another look at Clark's putt before his. We go to 16.
Entering the final 3, Scheffler, 1 back.
That looks like perfect line. Scottie needs to get 2 more, and maybe a 3 here would be great.
Yep, earlier, Kiz, you said 20 under would look good, but with Schauffele at that number right now, he's got to take it, you would think, deeper to be in the mix at the end.
Not even waiting for Clark. He'll take care of it himself.
Yeah, that coin would have been right in the way. He would have had to move it. That's the right play to do it.
All right, so he remains at 20 under, going to 14. That's where we are.
From the left side, got those oak trees on the corner.
Harmon's pretty far back at 180 to this pin. Be difficult to take it right at it. I'd expect it to be out to the left.
Gets over that bunker. It was flirting with it, but he's going to have a look. Back at 13.
And Clark for par.
Yeah, this one's got his attention here. This is not a gimme putt. Little break here, John.
Yeah, just a touch.
About 3.5 feet. He's taking care of the par 5. He's made birdie there, but that's the only set of birdies he has on this round.
You can see from this angle that line just on the left edge, maybe just outside.
Okay.
Firmly struck there. Shaking his head a little bit. He didn't like that iron shot from the tee. He doesn't like it now on the green.
2 back, 5 to go to Matsuyama.
For birdie.
Should move his touch to his left here.
And disappointing par at this hole today. Been 27 eagles this week, most ever in a Players Championship at the 16th. As you look down the intimidating 14th.
It's another great Pete Dye design here with the angles. The water's going left. Fairway where you want to be. He's more on the right to open the green up here to that front right hole location. Wind down and off the left. Expect Xander and Wyndham to try to get it up on that right side of the fairway to give themselves a better look to attack the front right flagstick.
There's the sand and water to the left and the moguls and thick rough to the right. Is there more room than it looks like out there in this fairway, Kiz, from the tee?
You know, it's so easy to make yourself hit it to the right. I never really thought the water was in play that much, especially with the wind off the left, but it was so easy to try to overswing on a big hole like this, where you know you want to get it out there and get it a little ahead of it and push it over there in that right rough.
Yeah, Dan, I think that's a great point. That's the epitome of Pete Dye. He said, my courses aren't hard, they just look hard. This fairway is almost 40 yards wide in a lot of parts, but you just know both misses are horrendous. Hard left to right wind. Boy, is he swinging well off the driver on this backside. Overcutting, the wind's really pushing this right, but I think it's going to hang in there.
Nope, it's in the rough.
The other thing we didn't talk about here are that hole location. It's impossible to get the second shot close from the rough, isn't it, on that little knob up on the top right?
Yeah, you can't run it up because the false front's too steep, and if you land it up near the hole, I believe it's going to release to 30 or 40 feet.
He was shocked at how much that ball got moved because it was very low. I think he loved it when he hit it.
He's not going to love it when he sees his lie.
Terrible. No, he's not.
And we'll see what Clark does here. You see the ball speed 185. That is above average. Average tour ball speed's about 173. He can wind it up.
And this is overcutting as well. Going to miss the fairway right.
Wind must be much more difficult or harder than they can feel from the tee.
It's going to be a
terrible
pronounced upslope he's going to be hitting into there out of that lie. You see that humongous divot to the left of that ball too.
So both Schauffele and Clark problems at the 14th and back down the 16th hole.
Scottie got 242 yards all the way back to it. 227 where he's trying to land it. He's got a 4-iron in his hands. That wind is off his left.
Think he can get 4-iron all the way to hole high here, Smiley?
I don't.
I won't either.
It's at the left side of the green.
Looked like it was good contact.
Stay there. That bunker.
Yeah, that's that little pot bunker. We've got a camera planted there for a reason. Somehow, some way, coming down the stretch, somebody ends up in it, and world number 1 is there right now, trailing by 1 at the Players Championship Sunday.
Here's Christian Bezuidenhout. He is working the 18th, finishing up his day. 169 yards was remaining, and then ultimately put himself in a tough spot, so having to play that short shot coming in right at 80 yards from the hole. He was all the way over to the right with his tee shot and just had to barrel it out of those pine needles. So he's scrambling. The 17 and Hideki. And a pretty good looking play. This will slide down all the way to that back corner. And Matsuyama with a great opportunity to pick up birdie at 17. A look at Hideki's card through this final round. 3 birdies on the front, 2 more on the back. He did miss out on birdie at the par 5 16th, which certainly is a bit of a surprise. We have seen quite a few collected at the par 5. That is the easiest hole on the course. And so with that, Matsuyama will be heading to the green at 17. It is number 1 in difficulty right now, averaging close to a half shot over par. The 16th has come back to now the 3rd easiest hole on the course.
That beautiful finish there, 16, 17, 18. And this was a moment ago Harman's birdie attempt at the 14th.
I have to pound this one to get it all the way up there to the hole.
Didn't pound it enough. So a par putt here, Harman's paying close attention to. All right, 4, good score at 14. So he's within 2 to add to his claret jug that he won last summer. And now from the thick rough right of the fairway, Schauffele.
173. This is a decent lie. If he can get it online, he's got a good 25 yards to play with from the front edge. Boy, good contact on a terrific lie. Actually cutting a little right if it catches that hill.
It was trying to catch that mound, but it just bounded into some deep rough right next to the green.
I think that carried way further than he thought he could from there, John.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Clark, now this is a horrible lie on a severe upslope. This is just swing as hard as you can and hope.
He's going to need that strength again we've been talking about with those legs.
Oh, this is way left, guys. He maybe even left of the bunker. We'll see.
Oh, man. It bounded down into the sand. Could have been worse. Could have gone left in those trees.
Huge break.
It's actually okay. It's going to be a lot like the bunker shot he played on 11.
That was a big gamble. Scheffler now with his 3rd.
The lie is perfect. A very simple shot.
This is holeable here, Smiley.
Caught it chunky.
But it's rolling out, Smiley. It's going to be a birdie for Scheffler to push it to 20 under.
I don't know if he caught it chunky or if that's as planned, but it hit the downslope of the fringe, took a nice kick.
I don't mind catching him a little chunky when I've got a downslope and water behind it.
You don't want to go in the other direction.
Better than the alternative.
Yep. It was perfect. Just kind of dying speed there.
Take him to 8 under through 16.
Saw a 64 shot earlier. There's been 2 64s today. And this incredible comeback for Scheffler with a pain in the neck, was 7 back after the 15th hole yesterday before he finished his 3rd round birdie, birdie, birdie. And look what he's done today. 8 under, 2 holes left, in regulation for Scheffler. 15.
And Brian Harman running out of holes here on the tee at 15.
He's got to try and turn this a little bit from left to right. Good shot there. Wind might be hurting that draw a little bit. That's ideal.
Nice fat area there if you hit that tee shot. Narrows down a little bit after that, but he's in good position. 218.
And Oberg for a finishing birdie to an excellent week in his first Players Championship. That darted right on him. He's playing all these big venues for the first time in competition, although he was a member of the junior players field that played here years ago. A pair of 67s on the weekend for Oberg, finishes at 14 under.
You know, Dan, #1 in the world, the official World Golf Rankings. A lot of conversation with the two tours going on. A lot of conversation with how do you figure out what #1 is? Guys playing all over the world. You know what #1 is? It's when you do what he does. The consistency under pressure. The last couple of years, when you need a guy to hit a fairway, to hit a shot, his ball striking's been so good. Even with the struggles with the putting. 7 wins, really, guys, in the last 26 months, going back to Super Bowl Sunday at the WM Phoenix in 2022. And now here he is with a chance to go back-to-back weeks on tour winning against stacked fields and back-to-back at the Players. And the people know #1 in the world is coming to the tee. And he's coming with a chance. Before his tee shot at 17-14.
Thing is, 17 doesn't care who you are or what you've done, right? This is Clark, 3rd, just earlier at 14. Got the break off the tree. And comes up short, so it's going to be a long par putt for Clark. So now we're live with Schauffele on the other side, still dealing with the rough.
And the most difficult part of this shot is where he's got to land it. It is a severe left to right slope, and you've got to match speed and where you want to land it perfectly.
And that was far less than perfect, Woody. We've got 2 long par putts here in the final pair.
And Dan, that cost of missing this fairway is huge.
For the right rough, 10%, 2 of 20. Hit the green at 14. Now the drama at 17.
Shane Lowry and Denny McCarthy came through here over 4 hours ago. They both made birdie.
It's 36 holes. 128 holes. 136 holes. Yeah, it's 136 holes. I'm saying 128 holes. Yeah, just a normal. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Should be a little off the right. Yeah. Just wait for you to like it. Right now, I don't like the way the pins do it. That's fine. It feels here, but hang on, those. Yeah.
Since those two came through and made birdie, 24 groups have come through. No birdies. 3 is a really good score here right now.
Especially with the lead. He's a rare breed of player that doesn't get affected by this situation.
I haven't seen many people go after this flag. It'll be interesting to see if he is aggressive here right at it.
It's the right line for him to hit in this situation. But he'll have work for a 2-putt there. Never looked at the flagstick.
And see him looking up, and you saw the graphic, the wind shooting in both directions. Where you feel on the tee what's happening up above, the chalets protecting, causing a little bit of swirl. When the ball is in the air, Scheffler got a feeling right away. Watch him. No way.
You can't feel that, and that's what we've seen all week long. And he knew exactly where he stood, tied for the lead, and what these players behind him face with these 2 holes, 14 and 15.
Back to 14.
Can Clark avoid a bogey at 14?
Very slow putt up the hill, moving to his left off that big mound over to the right.
It was a really good effort.
He had to think he made that one. That looked like it was going to break right in there to me.
Clark drops back to 17 under, 3 back now, 15.
And Harmon a little bit back from where a couple other guys were in the last few groups.
Well back of Scottie Scheffler, almost 45 yards, but this is a good-looking iron and might release. Yeah, that's pretty close to where Scheffler hit his second shot.
Back to 14.
We're going to see 2 bogeys here, Woody, in this final pair.
Well, Xander made a 50-something footer here yesterday for an incredible birdie. This putt is harder. It's uphill, moving hard left to right, and then about 15 feet from the hole, it turns and goes straight downhill. So it is a difficult read. You got to get it enough to get it up that hill, but then not too hard, because then if it gets through that, it just goes dead straight. But you want to kill this thing on the hill, just let it drip to the right.
Did he hit it? Oh, just a hair off speed.
2 great putts at par there, to be honest.
Yep. But 2 drop shots. And that takes Schauffele out of the tie for the lead. And Scheffler with the outright lead as he heads over to the island green to hit that birdie attempt. Just a massive crowd over there, Kiz. You were in this fishbowl in a playoff, in regulation. What's it like out there?
I can remember when hitting a shot in 15 in regulation, I was so uber focused on what I had to do. I didn't even realize how many people were there. And even again, when we came back in the playoff and played it again, and then we came back for the 3rd time in an hour, and I was so locked in on what I was trying to accomplish. I was just in my own world, and I'm sure Scottie's in that same mindset right now.
Kids, there's no way you can do this on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of a tournament week, simulate this feeling or pressure, is there?
It's not even close. Sometimes I wonder if the practice rounds hinder you more than help you, because this situation is so different. On Tuesday, he's back there hitting a 9 or an 8 iron from the back edge of the tee. The greens are softer and slower. Now he's up there with wind off the right, hitting a sand wedge or gap wedge. It's completely different, and guys know how to have more experience and more chances around here. They understand what it's going to be like on Sunday compared to Tuesday, and Scottie's totally in control of knowing what he's got to do here. He's got a highly difficult 2-putt.
Man, just get a sense of the longest putt made today. Why the putting's been so difficult. Chan Kim about 8.5 feet. That's where Scottie is way over here, 48 feet away. And over there where it says the players in the middle of that screen there's a big board up there. So if you do glance that way between putts, you'll get an idea where you sit if Scheffler's eyes gaze anywhere after this putt. But he has a 1-shot lead as he's trying to find a place in the space. What are we looking at on the screen here, Fax?
Well, Mike, there's no doubt.
Just don't look left. You're in first.
You can't miss that. And he probably in this situation wants to know where he is. But look, he's got a lot of work to do right now. Nearly 50 feet, 48 feet plus. He's got up the hill. He's got grain going at him. And then he gets to a little plateau on a rise. And then he has to judge how much is this going to break to the right as it's going down the hill. You can see where he's lining up here. It's 2 pylons left, isn't it? It's way over there.
I think that's too far left from what I can see that he's aiming. We've seen these balls do so many weird things when they crest this hill. I'd be interested to see if he's played too much break here.
Not bad, not bad. Really good putt by Scottie Scheffler to get out of here with a 3 and the lead.
Yeah, he doesn't show much emotion, but he's turning inside. That was absolutely what he needed to do. Get it on the green. Happy with 2 putts. Come on, Scottie. Show us. He's locked in like Kiz.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. You cannot wander. You've got 18 ahead.
You know, that was kind of the early walk that he knew he hit a good putt.
He has gone 30 holes without a bogey to make this charge. Harman trying to do the same behind. Birdie putt at 15.
How big is this?
To get within one. Brian Harman!
He will not go away.
You could hear Brian yelling at that ball from the fairway to get back there. He's in the moment. He knows what he's got to do.
And watch
his reaction, my man back there, maybe he's a Georgia dog.
He's a lefty too, isn't he? And that went in with pace too.
And back a moment ago on the tee, now chasing Schauffele.
Yabba dabba doo.
Oh.
He's done that already this week in that bunker yesterday, I think.
Hear him tell himself to hit the center of the face. With that shot shape, you got to believe it's off the heel.
Out to the right with that back hole location. It'd be tough to get there as he comes down the path and through the tunnel and over to the 18th. Scottie Scheffler trying to go back-to-back at the Players at back-to-back weeks on tour.
Best part, looking out of the back of our booth, is he has no weight on the 18 tee, Mike, so he can get over there, go straight into his routine. He's got a favorable wind for this hole, right to left wind, that he can just hold a 3-wood up against it, or if he wants to be uber aggressive, take driver and send it.
Shocking if you hit driver here, Kiz, with this wind helping and how short this hole's playing, especially with that left hole location.
Well, he had a bigger cushion last year when he won by 5, but we're going to check out our TrackMan Tracer presented by Optum. It's one of the most nerve-wracking tee shots in all of golf this 18th. And there's a look at what he did. He salvaged a par from the right rough, hit that dangerous shot kind of over near the water. So Scheffler has played it 1 under through the first 3 rounds, which is really, really good stuff. All right, Scheffler staring down the long water's edge, smiling.
Well, Danny's pulled that 3-wood out, which is exact club he hit yesterday. He hit a perfect ball right in this right to left wind.
One tree right? Yes, correct. That person looks great to me. Good target.
Because if he really hits it hard, he can run through on that right side and get into that pine straw.
Pine straw hasn't seemed to be too penal this week, but I expect a really good one. I think he's going to ride this wind down there and have a wedge or 9-iron into this front hole location.
It started up the right center, riding that right to left wind.
Just another confident swing by Scheffler.
That is ideal.
Such a difference to what he was struggling with a neck pain earlier. First order of big business taken care of by Scheffler at 18. Meantime, Schauffele at 15.
Second shot, Woody.
Yeah, good lie, 167 front, 199 total. He's going to have to come very close to those big trees about halfway to the hole. And this is 7-iron trying to carry something about 185 right now and let it release. Got past those trees, but this is overturning.
Oh, you can see it.
Not the worst looking lie, is it? And as good as he's chipped, that won't be that difficult to get up and down.
That whole location.
Level lie, yeah.
In the back. We're up at 16 now.
Is Harman going to turn out to be Scheffler's biggest threat?
He needs to hang on.
Toward the tree line, into the pine straw.
It's okay, actually. He may not be able to get there in 2, but it's not. He can advance it far enough to have a wedge.
Back at 15.
And Clark second.
179, helping wind, 9-iron.
Got to have something. 3 back at this point. All right, he'll get a look at it.
Interesting choice. Both those players took 3-wood off this tee, and Scottie Scheffler pounded driver up there and had a wedge in Big difference to that whole location.
We go up to 18.
Up ahead of Scheffler and Matsuyama for par, finishing off a very good final round. This guy has really put himself in the mix at the big ones again. Of course, a Masters champion, won the Genesis signature event earlier, and after battling some back and neck injuries, which reminds you a little bit of what Scheffler's dealt with this week, Matsuyama seems 100% healthy, and when he is, he's there at all the big ones seemingly. So that's a 67 for Hideki, all 4 in the 60s, and he is in at 15 under to tie the best in.
And Dan, as Scottie Scheffler walks up the 18th fairway, we talk about this attempt to repeat as the champion here at the Players and the difficulty over the years. Making the cut, the champions, 3 out of every 4. But look at the average finish, 28th. Only 6 of the prior champions in the top 10. And out of the 48 title defenses here and the other courses where it was held before that, only 3 top 5s. So rare. And it's a reminder, as you often talk about, and Dan, you've been here for so many of these, this golf course, you think you got it solved, and then it comes up and grabs you, and it comes up and grabs you. So to have the #1 player in the world playing like this and doing it again here gives you an idea at the top level Scottie Scheffler's at right now on tour.
And you think about all the players that have won this title that haven't been able to put it together in back-to-back years. The best finishes by a defending champion, tied for 5th. Jack Nicklaus, Tom Kite, Hal Sutton. There's been a host of others, Tiger, and on down the line. In 50 years, not happening. So rare, and it's the course that kind of creates that whole statistic that has just not happened yet. But Scheffler close to pulling it off. Get his second shot at 18 in a moment, but we go back to 15.
Woody?
Yeah, it's a good lie. I mean, it's just going to feel like kind of like a bunker shot. It's straight downhill once he's on the green, but I think he's got plenty of green to work with, and his judgment out of this rough has been just exquisite this week on these shots. The one issue, the ball is sitting pretty darn good. It's a shot you can go right underneath. I think the lie is that good. That's the one issue. Other than that, I think the way he's handled these shots out of the rough this week, he's got a pretty good chance here.
We've seen those great hands on display, the scrambling all around the golf course yesterday. And a supreme moment here just to give himself a chance to stay close to Scheffler, who's hit this great drive back behind us at 18.
You can hear how easy that club head's swinging through this grass. This shouldn't be too difficult.
Schauffele. Gonna have work coming back here to try to save par now. Just couldn't control the run out. To 18 we go.
And one last big swing of importance, he hopes.
You can get 35 out of 50 traffic. Yesterday we hit that 9 again. We flew 67. Similar type of wind. I guess my only concern with that is if somehow it lands in the front, yeah, it's going to go pick up the back top of this one. Yeah, I love it. Okay. Right on his ball. Right on his ball. 40 shot. 40 shot? Yeah.
He's right in between a pitching wedge and a gap wedge. Right now he has pitching wedge in his hand.
Smiley, don't you think from the fairway here at 18 with this whole location, it's one of the easier second shots on this second 9 here?
It is. He's got to take a little off of this. Makes it a little bit trickier downwind.
And the ball striker extraordinaire puts it just right at the stick, hole high.
Took a weird first hop where it kicked to the right. I think that's what he's shocked by. That slopes all right to left to the water. And this ball looks like it bounds to the right when it lands. He's expecting this ball to kick left and feed towards the hole. And look at it. It kicks right away from the hole. Probably cost him 6 or 8 feet there. So
when you're that precise as he is, it's about as offline as you get when you're Scottie Scheffler. And it took a bounce to kind of Caron a little bit further out. Just pitching out as Harman at 16.
He can pitch this out far enough, though, to get a wedge and have a good birdie look there. It looks like a low lofted club that's going to chase down this fairway. Didn't fly it quite far enough, but still have a wedge in his hands.
But a ways back. And again, it's a lot tighter than it was last year when Scheffler had one of those moments you could really enjoy and soak in with a 5-shot victory. Those same Scottie cheers he heard last week at Bay Hill, and that's what makes this performance even more remarkable, especially if it turns out to be a victory. First to go back-to-back and to do it 5 shots back and tie the biggest final round comeback. Incredible stuff. 15.
Wyndham Clark was the runner-up last week. He's got to finish strong to have any hope of winning. Birdie putt.
Can he do what Brian Harman did a moment ago?
Oh. Frustration on the green. 16.
Note how far back is Harman.
It's 156 yards, very conservative on the layup, primarily because if he tried to get it deeper into the fairway, he would have had to run it up the edge of the water. So taking the water completely out of play, but now he's got an 8-iron right into the face of this wind to this back dangerous hole location.
It's one last good birdie opportunity.
A little bit of a gust there, and as Kiz said, this man will not hit before he's ready.
Talking to Justin Parsons earlier this morning, he's talking about they worked on his waggle a little bit to not let the club face rotate too much in his waggles. You can see how square he's keeping his face here in his waggles.
This one started at the hole that is drawing away from the pin. Safe play.
But a long birdie look. And we've talked about the scarcity of birdies at 17, but a few more birdies at 18, but we'll see. 15.
And Schauffele for par.
Just be an incredible save. Lost the speed immediately. Aaron tee shot. Pulled second.
And the first back-to-back holes, bogey or worse, the entire week for Schauffele comes at the worst time. And he's now 2 back. Now that roar you heard while all that was going on was something we haven't seen in about 4.5 hours at 17. And it's Matt Fitzpatrick from 28 feet.
Starting to break back a little right there. A rare smile, Mike.
Well, it was a look back to Billy Foster. Must have been a good combo read on that, as Fitzpatrick jumps up into a tie for 5th at 15 under par. 18.
Where Scottie Scheffler has a putt for a 63.
And in my opinion, Dan, this putt right here is for the Player Championship title. If he makes this in post 21 with everything that's going on behind us, I think he wins the golf tournament.
And if he does, Kiz, it would be the lowest final round by a Players Champion in history. You talk about checking off all the boxes. Another solid putt by Scheffler.
Boy, I thought it was in. It looked like it was lining up dead middle to me.
Yep.
I know the feeling, Scotty.
I was just going to say, you had 2 putts that came about as close as that to put this thing away. And now for a 64, which would tie lowest final round by a Players Champion if he ends up winning. Davis Love, Fred Couples, Jack Nicklaus, more pretty good company for Scottie Scheffler, who will see if 20 under is good enough. Saves his best for last. Winner at Bay Hill last week. Didn't have much time to celebrate. But he can make it a double celebration big time if he ends up winning at 20 under. Harman behind him with a long birdie putt at 16. It just might be good enough. Like you said, Kiz, you said 20 under a long time ago in a round of 64. And that's what Scheffler turns in.
Incredible round of golf. I think if that ball doesn't bounce to the right, instead of 15, 16 feet, he's got 10.
Just 25 putts today for Scheffler. Back at 16, Schauffele.
Coming off back-to-back bogeys. He's got to get it going here.
Got to birdie this hole.
Stay to the right. If he gets a bounce, it's going to work out perfectly.
So he's in position up to the green nota for Harman's birdie bid.
Yeah, this is a long look. You could tell by his reaction to that tee shot that that was the key shot to him for him on this hole. And now just struggling to have a birdie look here. Unlikely, but I certainly wouldn't rule this guy out.
It's not very good, leaving yourself 4 or 5 feet here for par.
And Scheffler walking into scoring. See if 20 under is going to be good enough. Number 1 strokes gained tee to green this week. This is the familiar refrain with Scheffler. Number 1 strokes gained tee to green. Driving accuracy number 1 at 80%, and then the putting, which had been the negative narrative for so long. He turned it around last week at Bay Hill, and all of a sudden he's just about bulletproof, putting it all together. He's so hard to beat. 16 McNeely for par.
Good stroke there.
Scheffler got off to that par start, didn't birdie the second hole. Looked like, oh, might be a little bit too much of a mountain to climb, but then that eagle at the 4th, and 6 birdies after that.
You know, Dan, you talk about 64. Think about those 2 or 3 putts that were right on the edge, not just the one on 18. There were a couple earlier. I mean, that could have been 61, 62. Really could have.
Now Harman gotta have this and hope to play the last 2 1 under.
Yeah, it's certainly possible, Dan, but this is a must right here.
Okay. Really good stroke there, playing that right edge. Little fade putt for Harman.
And for a guy that likes the big moment, he's got his big moment coming up at 17. And it is a massive crowd. Best place to watch golf, I would say, in the world. Right there. This Players Championship, 16 and 17. Hard to beat. So is that guy. We say it every time Scheffler wins that partnership with Ted Scott. Just kind of got this whole victory train rolling for Scheffler when they connected. Schauffele looking at the book at 16. And John Wood, you're right there.
Yeah, perfect drive. 192 front, 222 total. Back into the breeze.
We could pitch it 10 short, that'd be great, right? It's just 212. I mean, it's just good amount of wind. Yes, perfect.
There's one thing you want to tell yourself. If I got to play these last 3 holes in 2 under, this is the wind I want to do it in. You got a mid-iron into this par 5, and then if you hit a good drive on 18, you got 2 gap wedges most likely. So this is the key shot. Get it into the dead center of the green.
Get that birdie or eagle.
Sounded like a good strike starting at the left edge of the green.
Could feed down there and get really close here. There's a little sideboard.
Okay, very makeable eagle coming up for Schauffele, coming off back-to-back bogeys. And Harman has made his way over to the island green.
Right in between them, isn't it? In between what? This and a pitch and wedge? I think that's perfect. Okay.
Clark's going to hit first at 16. Close proximity over there across the water, 17.
Another ridiculous drive here into the wind. Just 159 front, 189 total. Starting at the left edge of the green, now cutting towards the flag.
Oh, man, and who knows? Clark could play his way back into this conversation late. That to get to 19 under.
Had to have that. 3 back.
And back across for Harman.
And he waited. You can see from that tee what's going on down 16 fairway. He's played here a bunch, 41 times, 6 balls in the water. He's got a birdie, a par, and a bogey this week.
This hole's made for a lefty right now.
A little more aggressive line than some of the players have been seeing this week, or today, I should say.
Well, you heard him
just didn't catch it to go to the right a little bit.
You heard him say to Scott Tway, or in between. I think that was a shot he was trying to draw. I thought it would be a good shot for a lefty there, Mike.
He does have a putt for birdie to tie Scheffler. We got eagle putts over at 16, and a lot more to come at the Players.
We look at Wyndham Clark, 11 feet 4 inches from the cup for an eagle after that 187-yard shot into 16. He has a chance to gain 2 shots that would erase a couple of bogeys on the back. A look through those scores that are complete. 68 today from Corey Connors, the Canadian, moving into the top 15. Sam Ryder had it going early, but a couple of doubles on the back 9. They were costly. Past Players champion Rory McIlroy among the top 20. Nick Taylor, 2 under today after a disappointing Saturday round. Matty Schmidt just outside the top 25 as well. He cards a level score today. Sung Jae Im with that 2 under round didn't quite make it into the top 30. Tommy Fleetwood 1 under in the round today. Jason Day level as he finished up the week at 6 under. Day, a past Players champion, winning here in 2016. He was back in the winner's circle this past year after a lengthy winless drought. Adam Scott, the youngest at the time, Players champion. He won in 2004. He's at 4 under and finished. Morikawa, a 2 over score in the final day of play. Molinari with a level 72 today and just outside the top 50.
It's human nature. You just can't help yourself when you're walking up to the green at 16 like Xander Schauffele did just a second ago, because you know how that draws you over there.
There's nothing else to look at. It's just pulling all you got over there. And you want to see what's going on. I think it would be almost weird to not look over there.
Yep, looking over at 17. And so now he's here at 16. He and Clark with chances. Eagle tries. Clark at 17 under. Schauffele's eagle should have dropped with Ty Scheffler in at 20 under.
This does not look like a difficult read. It's just right to left the whole way, a little bit up the hill.
chasing big championships for a long time, has come so very close in majors and in this Players Championship. Runner-ups in the Players, the Open Championship, the Masters. Currently the best player not to win the big one. He's trying not to let this one get away.
The hard part of this putt is early. If it just kicks offline early, just off of that downslope, it can get offline and not want to come work back towards the hole.
Didn't hit it. But after back-to-back bogeys, we got a birdie here.
Ball didn't roll very well off of there. The line wasn't rolling very well. Facts. Did you see it looked a little wobbly, like it didn't come off the putter very good?
Yeah, might have been a little of the grain that just growing down at him, chattering the ball. Thought you'd be more aggressive with that putt.
I feel like you have to. Not giving away birdies at 17.
So Schauffele, the 54-hole leader of this championship, will head over to 17. One back is Scheffler, and that's where we go now.
3 birdies, Dan. The 2 birdies that were made early were great shots right at it. And below the hole, we just saw Fitzpatrick's putt, which came from a little bit shorter and a little more over to the left. And here's Harman stepping in to try to make a 2 and tie for the lead. Does not turn back.
No, that's right in that difficult area where you know it's going to break to the left early, and then it always straightens out there. Just depends on how deep you are on the green.
Right back across the water, 16.
Clark for eagle to pull within 1. He hit the closest shot of the par 5 second earlier. Closest shot here.
This is not a difficult putt.
Just ran out of speed and just birded to the right the last millisecond. So it's a birdie for Clark to 18 under, and he's going to need some big time magic coming home to match 20 under.
Thinks he's made it right there, and it just looked like he hit a wall right there at the end of the hole, end of the putt.
So close after hitting the closest shot. Just 11 feet 4 inches that eagle putt was. So 2 holes left for Clark to try to match 20.
The interesting dynamic of this hole is you're almost watching your playing competitors and you're waiting like you're on a tee shot.
And you heard the reaction in the background because that was right after that putt. Harman was just taking care of his biz.
I'm sure Harman was watching him putt because he's waiting on him to putt so he doesn't get that.
18.
Fitzpatrick shows it can be done down the stretch. This to finish with 4 birdies in a row. What a finish for Fitzpatrick.
Get him into a solo fifth there.
Just had too many bogeys, 4 in all earlier, and he does rise up the leaderboard as we send you back to 17.
Man, this hole wasn't originally designed to be an island green. Pete Dye first planted a little small lake on the right side. When they started digging more and more sand around the green, they built up the rest of this course, take that sand and move it around. Pete's wife, Alice, gave me an idea. Why don't we construct an island green here? Inspired by a club down the road, Ponte Vedra Club's Ocean Course, the 9th hole. And the island green was designed. And we're thankful that it was. Because the last 42 years, it's given us moments like this. 3 birdies all day. Couple of guys who need them here.
That's a wild stat to me because when you're playing this stretch, you think 17, if I have to make a birdie, it's only a wedge. Like I'll go right at it if I have to. But with 3 birdies, I bet these guys, if you went and told them that stat right now, it'd blow their mind that there's only been 3 birdies.
It's playing the hardest today. 3.37 scoring average. Woody?
And just to add a little more difficulty, this is the hardest the wind has blown all week long. There's a front coming in tonight, and it is, you know, you can feel it. It's blowing a good 15 right now, I would say, and that's as harder than it's blown all week.
Yeah, that's where you can actually, like a hair left is the slope too. Hair left is the slope. Yeah. I love this.
He used a tee here. He hasn't used a tee on a lot of the holes where he has to put the ball with an iron. Hit it in the water yesterday.
Indecision, and he chunked it in the water. 2 back. Can't hold back. Got to go right at it.
It's on a good line.
And it's a good shot. Oh, it's going to get a look. It's going to get better and better. Wyndham Clark stepping up.
That's the least amount of time they took to make a decision all day long when it mattered the most. Pick the club and they hit it. The ability to have that cut in your bag against the right to left wind using the slope. Most important shot of the day for him.
And the ability to empty the mind after what happened yesterday.
Yeah, after dunking in the water, hitting the worst shot maybe of his career, 20 yards short with a wedge.
So he's 2 back. Schauffele's 1 back. Got a good visual. His turn.
Same line. Will he get the spin?
Here, come on, a little bit more, a little bit more. Come on down.
Here it comes. What drama. How good is that, kids? To see these guys take it there. They're the first 2 players we've seen hit it both down the bottom level. In the final group.
I think it was they were in a better position where they had to be aggressive, so they had to take it at the flag, and they knew exactly where they were trying to go.
Yep.
We've seen guys all day playing the conservative route, bouncing it over the green in the water. These guys knew exactly what they had to do and attack with a wedge.
Yeah, they got to catch 20 under. Listen to that crowd. All of Jacksonville's here on the 17th hole. He's talking to himself in midair. Gap wedge. Look at Clark over his shoulder.
After Clark hit it to 4.5 feet. Yeah, he should take it in. This is golf at its best, folks. Great stuff. 18T.
Harmon. 1 back.
Just a seed right down that bold line I talked about yesterday. Needs to sit just a hair.
Gotta sit.
He's yelling at it. Wow.
Close.
It's hard to tell yourself you'll roll through on that line.
Just a finite difference there. Back to the scene at 17.
Schauffele 6.5 feet. Clark 4.5 feet.
Mike, interesting to watch these 2 players walk around the lake here. Clark smiling, looking at the crowd. Schauffele all business, just like Scheffler. Still all business.
To the point the Kiz was making about 17 in the birdie chances. We mentioned 3 birdies all day. It's the fewest birdies 17 has yielded in a round since 1983. In the 3rd round of 2006, there were 3 birdies. Matched to this point today. These guys got a chance to make it 4 and 5 and keep the story going as we go to 18. just think of the last 2 holes, these guys under pressure, because they were in control of the tournament really all day Saturday on into Sunday, and then lost it when Scheffler went nuts out ahead of them. And they hit some big shots on 16 off the tee and second shots, and step up again at 17, having to go get it.
Well, maybe they like being the challengers, you know, having to chase Scheffler now. Scheffler knew he had to shoot low. I don't know if he could have dreamed of 8 under par.
He had no choice. Now, what about the read up here on these 2 putts?
There's no doubt both these players have hit plenty of putts in practice. Their caddies would have thrown down a disc. They will know.
Yeah, this ball is going to leak just a little bit to his right, and what's difficult is the speed, because it's downhill, and if you get too much speed, Xander's is a little bit further away, so you get too much speed early, it won't take the early break. It's just a field putt where I'm just looking at the vision, and I'm just trying to see it like making a free throw in basketball. I want to see the whole thing going in the hole.
If they miss this, it shouldn't be because it's a misread. They should know what this does.
You see Wyndham's coin down there to the right. His is actually a little straighter putt. Xander's kind of got more downhill here. I think you see why he keeps backing off and making sure he's got his line exactly where he wants it.
This is 6 feet 8 inches for back-to-back birdies after back-to-back bogeys, and this for a tie at 20 under par.
As soft as he hit it, expecting that to break to the right.
Finished dead behind the hole.
Yeah, just got it outside too much.
So he's 1 back with 1 to go, and now Clark can join him there. You mentioned kind of that minimum speed, take the most break here.
Yeah, missed it by a couple balls. That had to be a little bit of a pull.
I think he just played too much break, Facts. I think this whole location's 1 closer to the front than it normally is, where it has just a little less slope, only 13 on.
Thought it would break. And Mike, this is by far Wyndham Clark's worst putting round of the week by a mile. Both these players have been afraid to hit it hard enough in these situations, and they haven't gotten their balls to the hole.
Kids, relative to last year, you're right. It's 1 pace deeper on this green than it was last year.
1 pace shot closer to the tee, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's normally 14. That's right. And 14 has a little more slope by it, and I think that's where guys always practice putt to.
This to get within 1. And Wyndham Clark shows some guts and has a chance on 18T. We go there now.
Harman needs a birdie from the pine straw. And look what Harman does. Spins it right up front.
Can't believe how quickly that checked there. He was thinking that was going to chase right the hole high.
Yep. But he's got a chance. The Open champion in a championship that has just eluded him through the years.
Could hear him yelling at it to do what you're supposed to. He's thinking that ball's going to skip in there and then release out of that pine straw right to the hole.
Kiz, I think he was smiling because he was expecting downwind to get much more of a forward kick. Are you kidding me?
So you got Harman alive, Clark, Schauffele, Scheffler in at 20 under as the final pair heads over to the tee at 18. Birdies more doable today. The hole, the 7th toughest, 5th toughest, I should say. There's been 12 birdies here, so we've seen him here today more than we have earlier in the week.
This will be a fascinating decision what they hit off this tee. There's 2 ways to look at it. It's a collection area. You could hit probably 3-iron, 8-iron right now into that collection area, or just go after it with your driver, get a little flip wedge. It looks like Wyndham has got just a 3-iron out.
That's been his club of choice with an iron. Scheffler was hanging in the champions locker room where he belongs and earned himself a spot last year.
Where he belongs.
Now he's waiting to see how this whole thing unfolds. Harman up there with a birdie attempt. They're all at 19 under. They all need birdies.
Perfect shot shape, riding that wind, get some extra roll. He's got it down there pretty good with that iron too.
It's been money with that. That's been his club of choice at 18, and he has delivered the first part. Everybody on the course winding their way down to the right side of 18 for Schauffele now.
This is up that right side. It needs to turn a little, I think.
Just gotten firm enough where anything up that right side's rolling through in the pine straw. That ball disappeared.
Yep. Harman had a better lie than that moments ago, but we'll get a report from Wood to see what kind of shot that's going to be for Xander Schauffele. Up to the green for Brian Harman, and you said this is a guy that wants the ball in the big moments. This is as big as it gets.
He's got it. Hit two great shots. He loved that tee ball. He thought it was perfect. Really thought this wedge was going to chase in there, but you know, this putt's not overly difficult. It's just a fade putt for Harman, so pick his line. He's going through it right now, visualizing this going in the hole. This is what you practice all those hours for right here.
Scheffler dodges one. And Harman will come up short again in a championship that he's had great success. Tied for third a few years back behind Justin Thomas. Two other top tens. Loves the course. Played his heart out this week. Another high finish. But the man that won the Claret Jug last summer at Hoyle coming up just probably a shot short. Now Scheffler just staying in the moment, going over to the range, keeping limber. Got that tape on the back of his neck. Certainly hasn't seemed like it was a factor coming home. And now McNeely wraps up an incredible week. Just couldn't get anything going today. That is an even par round of 72 for him. One birdie, one bogey. But good to see Maverick McNeely believing in his swing. A healthy body produced a very good result. And now Harman to clear the stage for the final pair here. To remain in a tie for second at the moment.
Just on or just short.
And Kiz, if he's going to look back over this round, it'll be those first two putts he missed on the first two holes, both inside 8 feet, unable to convert either one. So
yeah, he just seemed to leave all of them out to the left today. Just wasn't quite releasing the putter like he normally does on the early in the round, and then that one up there on 18.
Had the incredible middle portion to this Players Championship. Best ever, 65 and 64 combined in the middle two rounds of the Players Championship. Just short for Harman. who made 9 birdies yesterday, 5 more today, 14 on the weekend, going to come up just a tad short. So just 2 players now for Scheffler to escape to become the first ever to win this title back-to-back.
Yeah, just a good, solid one. At the palm trees, and it kind of feeds down and to the left. All right.
Do I need to draw it?
I wouldn't mind it. Okay. All right.
Clark, 166 front, 173 total, straight downwind, and as pumped up as he is off this downslope, this is just going to be a wedge, guys. Something in there. I think he loves it.
Leg kick. Now the same putt we just saw Honda have.
Pretty much the same.
Xander now, guys, has 165 total. The lie is okay in this pine straw. He can make clean contact. He's got a little tree trouble. I think he may be running this up.
With 15 of help, yes. Right. Yep. Okay. I'll go for, yeah, 45 to 52. Yep. Perfect.
Went for the fuller swing. This is right. Needs a hard kick left.
Gets past that first knob of rough.
Needs to come left. Another 8 or 10 feet to the left, and that ball could feed down there to 18, 15 feet.
When he saw that bounce forward, this was his reaction. Needing that little kick to the left. Scheffler's not hit any balls. He's just been putting over on the putting green.
I think he knows that if one of them make birdie, he has another 10 or 15 minutes to probably hit some. He doesn't want to get over there too early. Feel like it's a practice session. He just wants to stay loose.
Yeah, they have to go in and sign their cards after they hit the putt, so he's got plenty of time.
And birdieing the 72nd hole to win a Players' Championship, or to be named the champion eventually, a very small company, and that is exactly what Scheffler and Clark have to do here. Long way away is Schauffele.
You know, when he was waiting back in the fairway for Harmon to putt, I bet you Wyndham Clark is kind of watching, you know, his reaction to that, but he probably can't tell where he missed it, but at least see that you can see from back there that it's breaking left.
So Schauffele is 61 feet away. Clark is just 17 feet away to join Scheffler at 20 under. You see Wyndham Clark in the pink there. This is the first time that he's worn pink on a Sunday. He wanted to create a foundation called the Big Play Foundation in honor of his late mother, who died of cancer back in 2013. It's based around cancer awareness and giving youth more golf opportunities, and he is wearing the pink, and he will be wearing pink every Sunday from this time forward in honor of his mom, who said play big just before she passed away, and that's the name of his foundation. Okay, Woody, what's Xander looking at here?
Well, big breaker left to right. He's got to creep it over that slope that he got up on top of, and then once it gets down to that bottom, it really wants to work towards the water hard.
Similar putt to back on 13, where you kind of find the high spot, let it go from there. I will say this, I think it's going to be slower than it looks because it's straight back into the wind. You look at it and think this is the fastest putt on the course, but it is straight back into the wind. I think that's going to slow it up.
You said the wind has definitely freshened up, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Definitely the hardest it's blown all week. In fact, I was almost a little, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, obviously. A little surprised Xander took a club that could even get up there. Anything short here is not bad at all. I know he's trying to hit something real close, but
now Scheffler's over on the range. Wondering.
Listening.
He's gonna need to go back out here.
He's thinking, how have they not putted yet?
Well, similar to 17, you know, with the attitude here, Kiz, you got to make this. You got to roll it in. This isn't two-putt lag cozy time.
I don't think he's going to have too terribly hard of a time to get this one to the hole. Once he crests that hill, it picks up pace pretty well.
That is a beautiful putt, but two-putt par there is not going to get it done for Schauffele. So one more to dodge for Scheffler.
Looks like he's practicing that shot on 17 right there to me.
Isn't that great? They put the 17th hole right in the middle of the practice area.
And pretty incredible as it's come down here to Clark and Scheffler. Mentioned earlier how Clark says Scheffler's the measuring stick. I watch him. They were 1-2 last week. Are they going to be 1-2 again? Or can Clark make his third straight birdie and send this to a playoff?
We watch Harmon's ball get left early from here. See if he's playing enough break. He's pointing that shaft out there a couple feet. It looks like it's high enough to me.
So if there was ever a time to play big, it's right now.
Looked like he just added some more break to it. Looked like he moved that line a little more to the right.
He's in a playoff. Miss and Scheffler makes history. Unbelievable. How did that not drop? But Scottie Scheffler is the 50th Players Champion and the first to go back-to-back in a half-century. What a finish.
Unbelievable. That ball was almost all the way down below the entire surface of the hole and spun all the way back 360.
It looked in the entire way.
Never thought it was missing.
Either did Wyndham. That was at a good putt. And what a finish by Clark. It didn't drop. But that's as close as you can come. You know that heartbreak is on this very green.
Especially when you did all you can do. You hit the putt exactly like you wanted to.
Just like you did.
Defied gravity.
So Schauffele comes up short again as he chases his big championship. It's another 54-hole lead that he can't close the deal. Now just 5 of the last 17 players. We said at the top, such a difficult championship to close. And Clark was closing in on Scheffler till the very last fraction. Look, he was ready to give it a fist pump. That took just about all of the hole. Wow. Whipped out of there.
That's a rare lip out that hard. He walked
Look
it in.
how far down the ball got. Ugh. He was ready to fist pump 3 in a row in.
Two-stepped it early. Even
Wow.
after it started spinning out, he stepped again.
Let's send you down to Smiley.
Thanks, Dan. Here with Scottie Scheffler. Scottie, yesterday on the 16th hole, you were 9 under for the tournament. You played the next 21 holes in 11 under par. Could you have ever imagined standing here now?
Yeah, I was hoping to be in this position. Yesterday, I put up a good fight for 4 days. That's really all there was. Teddy kept me in a good headspace out there. We had a great finish yesterday, and then got off to a slow start today. But then the hole out on 4, kind of propelled us a little bit, and hit a lot of good shots today. Did a lot of good things this week, and yeah, it's nice to come out on top.
How are you mentally able to overcome the physical issues you were having this week with your neck?
That's a good question. I'm a pretty competitive guy, and I didn't want to give up in the tournament. And I did what I could to hang around until my neck got better. And today it felt really good. Marnus did a great job, kind of getting me going, getting it massaged out, and yeah, I'm just very thankful.
Well, in 50 years of this event, Scottie, there's never been a back-to-back champion. How special does that sound?
Yeah, it's pretty special. That's something you don't really get the opportunity to do very often. It's tough enough to win one players, and so to have it back-to-back is extremely special, and yeah, we're really thankful.
Well, congratulations, Scottie, Players Champion. Back to you, Dan.
Incredible stuff by Scheffler. He just continues to churn out week after week on that leaderboard seemingly every week. Takes Bay Hill last week. A lot of speculation. Can you do it back-to-back? Can you become the first ever to do it? Well, he just did it. Trophy presentation is coming up next on Golf Channel. One more look at the putt by Wyndham Clark that would have forced a playoff. What a game. What another Sunday at the Players Championship. And Wyndham Clark was right in the thick of it to the very last second. Ends up tied for second with Harman, Schauffele, and Clark. They all needed birdies at the last, and Clark came the closest. The moment that Scheffler found out he had become the first to win it back-to-back, and world number 1 just solidifies and strengthens his top at the top of the golfing world. We're back after this message and a word from your local station.
Scottie Scheffler started the round strong with this at the 4th, right at 100 yards. This one swings into the cup. Enough spin to twist it to the left. It drops. His caddy starting to count them up. 3 birdies to finish Saturday's round. Then he would have the eagle there. Then followed that with a birdie at 5, and that was certainly a welcome sight that things were heading in the right direction for the reigning Players Champion. Then on to the 8th. This is where he holed out a year ago to start his run to the winner's circle. Makes the birdie there on the long par 3. On to the 9th. 2-putt birdie opportunity for a share of the lead. And that's in. Scheffler making the turn in 31, going out in 5 under. Out of the spunker, working the 11th. And he had another score on the card. This one working its way on the drivable par 4. And it would settle in the center of the green, and from there, he would have the opportunity to make the putt. Finishing up with that round of 64 and 8 under score coming in, and so solid. 20 under the winning number after winning at 17 under a season ago.
Was the crowd at 17 hoping for a playoff as they watched Wyndham Clark's birdie putt go in and out. They were not happy. They wanted more golf. It would have been a aggregate playoff at 16, 17, and 18 just a short time ago. Scottie Scheffler hugging his wife Meredith. She's omnipresent on the scene. They're expecting their first child next month. Lots to celebrate for Scottie and Meredith. Back-to-back players champion. One last look at the leaderboard. A 64, the lowest final round by a champion. He ties that. And Scheffler one clear of Schauffele, Clark, and Harmon.